as I say, give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Hello. How's everybody doing? We encountered a small problem this morning, which is I sat down to start streaming and a bunch of my whoops started going off, and I just, like the timing of a god, had to buy a bunch of shit. But I kept track of what I paid.
Get your magic find characters ready.
So we're down to nearly broke again. Shizno. Of the 13-month resub. So this is the one I crafted yesterday. It dropped on the floor in my map. This is just a cluster I paid 3 div for, which should be pretty good. So I can change into a cluster setup. This -12 showed up for 4.5. You could get a -15 for 2. So I'm not sure that I spent my money efficiently there, because I could have just had 9 extra resistance I need and saved 3 divines. But they normally go for 6, and so I was just like, hey, that's cheap, I'll take it. Not sure about that. And I bought a 2 div Defiance of Destiny, which came with an anoint. I didn't put that on it. We're gonna have to anoint it ourselves, but we need an anoint. But here's the big one. Here's the big one. 9 div for a 1200 DPS Marketh bow, which is going to replace my 870 div, 870 DPS Imperial bow. So I'm pretty pleased with that purchase. So we're just going to go ahead and do that. for the old bow. And this is all that matters, but it only needs to be 20. Like 1 div. It's a very cheap bow. It'll go for 1 to 1.2 div probably. So if you want to buy it, go ahead. So that puts me at overall resistances. That's quite nice. Death attunement isn't going to do the trick though. We're going to have to put something else on that. But now... Are you in budget mode, Natalie Marie? Because I picked up the cheapest Defiance of Destiny that could ever exist for 40 chaos to begin with, and I've used it to level 94. So if you're in Desolute mode, would you also like that for 40C? It can't be anointed, but it works. It works real well if you don't already have one. And it can be anointed, but the tainted oil is worth more than the amulet. So. Nice, nice. All right, we already got one of those. Cool. Goodbye, old bow. Well, we'll put this back under the selling tab. We'll see if we can turn a profit. 45 chaos. Easy. This is going to have to be accuracy. You're going to have to come in here. We're going to go into a cluster. Do I need those? Oh, I do. Rip. Okay. So something I didn't think of. If I want to do this, I am going to need jewels, but I also want... I really want to take that and that. And that as well. So we are going to have to drop this stuff up here. It's our least efficient damage nodes, so that's fine. I knew that that was going to be a thing. So we can get rid of those. I got 2 jewels there now. But we're also going to take this for more movement speed, as well as the 10% movement speed implicit. We're going to grab that because it's really good damage. We're going to grab that because it's really good damage. And technically we could grab this. We are not using the Blood Notch tech, so we should grab that. It's just movement speed and more stun avoidance and more stun and block recovery. If you're using the Blood Notch tech, we cannot take that. But I can, because I'm not using it. Gives us 1 passive point left to play with, but I really want this for the attack speed. So I think we just drop 1 life node. Yep. Because that gets us 12% damage, 2% attack speed, and then 30% damage, 10% attack speed. Too big. As well as a ton more damage. There's 50% damage there, 24 there with a little bit of res, some movement speed. We get to keep that. We get more movement speed. We get to keep 2 of our pierce projectiles. We get to keep both our extra arrows. This is such a fucking goated thread. Every time I put this thread on in this spot, I'm like, this is the most disgusting thread. Like, it hits so much. It's such an exciting thread. Like, what is this? It's actually kind of gross. How is it allowed to hit so much? Oh, look at me, speedy. That's without onslaught. I've got onslaught on top of this. I gain so much speed. Ooh, and my bow attacks so much faster. That's so nice. Okay, so next up, I have 2 jewels. Now, if I was on big boy budget, those would be forbidden jewels. That would be the step I would take right now. But we're not on forbidden jewels, so we're just going to look for some regular jewels. Okay, time for regular jewels. How many div do I have to play with? 5? It'd be real nice to enter the dual curse setup, but I don't think that I can quite fit that in. All right, let's see what we can get. Good to get a bunch of upgrades today. Nice. What'd you get? Okay, what would be really good is if I could replace this. Actually, that one's like proper trash. Maybe I can get rid of that, actually. Ooh. Maybe I can get rid of that. Okay, let's have a look. Count. Okay, so what can we do? Attack speed with bows. Yep. Ink damage. Just ink elemental. Oh, not pseudo. We made a 5C profit. 5C profit. Baylor's flipping things. I did a stream. I went to and then I heard. Yep, different people. Made a 5C profit. Constantly flipping stuff for profit. Okay. Let's see what else we can do. So we can increase element damage. We can do increased chaos damage. We can do increased damage with two-handed weapons. We can do ink damage generic. Evening. What else could we have? Attack speed, elemental, chaos, two-hander, bows, damage, ink dam over time. None of the multis because we're counting those as like have to be there. Let's see how that goes. Can you give me one of any of those with multi? You can. What about... What about two of them? Surely not. Wow. 20% increased damage and 6 multi, but it is 2 divines. I do only have 5 divines. I don't think I need that compared to just 1, where I can get 14%, 30% reduced poison duration is not bad. Yeah, I think that's better. %14 damage, 6 multi, 30% reduced poison duration, which is not a thing. Grab that for 1 div. That means I don't need this anymore, which means I can get a real jewel for that socket. Which means you can go in there. Then we can get 1 more, but without corrupting blood immunity on it. And hopefully 1 with life instead. Yikes, those get expensive. Those get real expensive real quick. I mean, I guess not real expensive by today's standard. 5 div jewels are free if you've been playing since League launch. So let's go a different way. Any jewel. Oh, actually. Abyss jewel. So we want flat life of at least, let's say 30. And then weighted sum. Okay. Cold dam with attack. lightning damage to attack. Light dam to attack bow. Fire dam to attack. Fire dam to attack bow. Wait. All these are worth the same to me. Let's see what you can get. Actually, they'll get way too expensive. Let's limit it to, let's say, 1,000 chaos orbs. Now let's see. Shouldn't the ones that are with bowls row higher? Yes, they do, but this is not a count. This is a weighted sum. So I've just said that all of these things are worth exactly the same to me. Give me the highest total. I could actually go a little bit further. Right? I could roll physical to attack and physical to attack bow. But because I'm not scaling fizz, they're worth half as much. And I could say they're worth 0.5 each. And I could even go add chaos attack and add chaos attack bow. And I could say, well, these are worth a little bit more. That's what I'm saying. You could weight the bow ones slightly higher. You do not understand weighting then. So this isn't like, it isn't that this roll is worth 1 and this roll is also worth 1. It's each one average damage is worth 1. So like a really high tier roll of this and a low tier roll of this that works out to the same damage with this setup is worth exactly the same. I don't care about the tier of the roll. I care about the total amount of added damage. So this is the most interesting part right here. Chaos. You would think, oh, we're a poison build, but we're actually scaling elemental by quite a bit. So flat chaos is not worth as much to us as flat elemental, but it is worth more than physical. So I can set these to 0.7. Just roughly. All right, and now I have all of the damage types weighted in a weight sum where I can search for the best things I could possibly have, but 1,000 chaos is too high. So let's try 500. We need that to be about 6 actually. Ooh, 49% chance to avoid bleed. Ooh. Oh, that's gorgeous. That is absolutely gorgeous. So we're just having a look around to see what's available. Available and within our price range. Ooh, blind. Do I care about blind if I have no evasion at all? If I have no evasion at all, does blind do anything for me? I want to say no. I want to say blind is worthless to me. Have enough accuracy? I do. I do. Accuracy rating 3100. Doesn't blind reduce damage too? I don't think so. Blind. There's a debuff that lessens the accuracy and evasion of the target by 20%. First had to try. Really? Feels a bit late to try. Okay, so because we're running out of money, there's nothing like really cool in here. I mean, there's 5% chance for phasing, but that is 3 divines. Talking about late? Jesus. Alright, stream elements. You're a bit behind, aren't you? Haven't seen any. Oh, I did. I saw Agenta. I just didn't realize Agenta was in. Even responded to it. Okay, YouTube chat is working. Cool. So basically all I'm doing is scrolling down after the sum just to see if there's like anything I hadn't thought of. It's just like mixed in, right? Because if I'm up here, sure, I'm getting 49 DPS, and down here I'm getting 45 DPS. But what if there's like something else that I just haven't thought of, right? Like some other mod. Maybe there's a cheaper one down here that's also got like attack speed or something like that. What's a good build to make with 80 divines? I have a mage blood and a headhunter. Well, you pick one of those and you sell the other one. That's a start, because you don't need both belts. You need one belt. So start by doing that. Okay, so what I'm noticing is in a pretty good set of damage, there's very little else, right? There's very little that I haven't accounted for here. So instead of searching for this correct thing, what I'm going to do is just change the weighted sum minimum to like 40. What's the maximum? 57. Let's make it 50. See if there are any cheapest. Yeah, look at that. That one's got 57 with resistance, and it's only 50 chaos. Not that I need the resistance at all, right? But that's a pretty cheap way to go. That doesn't have any life on it. Now the question is, does that guy from 3 hours ago do his trade? He does. Trade cancelled. That's 50C, sir. That's the one. Okay. And next. That was a really good deal, because you can see that was 50 chaos and I have 57 on my weighted sum. And the reason that that would looked better, because I've set all the weights up properly, I can see what the total damage is rather than each individual roll. Makes it a lot easier to get you like good value jewel cheap. So searching by max. See this one? This one's worse than the one I just bought. And it's one divine. But it like looks better because people know to look for the elemental rolls and that they're worth more than chaos. But the other one actually gave me more DPS because one of the rolls was chaos. And I know that because I weighted the chaos correctly, right? Like I brought that weighting down so that I could not worry about that. So that I could include it, but not count it as equal. Just like that one. This is how you get good deals, right? Like I'm going to be putting 2 jewels. That jewel that I just bought for 50C, that's probably a two divines worth of a jewel if I didn't know to do this weighting, right? If I didn't know to set all of this weighting up and I was just looking for the Ellie ones like everyone else is, to get that much DPS added to my build would have cost me 2 divines, not 50 chaos. But I do know to do that. You're going into well-rolled darkness? No. Weighting still makes no sense to me. Okay. Let's go over it a little bit. So what weighting is it's an arbitrary number that we're choosing to set. And the better way to think about this is actually 100, right? This is the better way to think. I put in 1s instead of 100, but so these would be worth 50, these would be worth 50, and these would be worth 70. So I do them as 1.5, 0.7, but in my head, that's 100%, 100%, 70%, 50%, right? So when we're sitting here, when we're looking at the weighting of things, we want to know how important is this particular roll. Okay, so for my elementals, because I'm an elemental build that's scaling poison, elemental is my main damage source that then scales poison, right? So those are worth 100%. If you give me any element, I'm not spec'd into lightning or cold or fire, I'm spec'd into generic element. So any element is worth 100% of what it has. If it adds 10, that's 10. I don't scale physical, but physical still poisons, and all my bow scaling still works with physical, right? But not my elemental. So about half of my scaling is lost. So physical is only worth 50%, right? And then chaos, I have some chaos scaling, but not a lot. So I've decided chaos is worth 70%. You can actually do this in Path of Building and work out what the weighting is. Just, I make it 1, 1, 1, 1, 0.5, 0.5, 0.7, right? But that's all it is. That is all that is. And you can do them with weights that high and it'll just give you this arbitrary value of, you can now sort. You're playing D3 tomorrow, it's going to be nuts, and the best of 3 season combined. I don't think so. Just because I'm sort of like in the middle of a whole thing, and I don't know how YouTube will respond to me skipping out in it for 3 days. Maybe it'll be fine. I kind of want to. Does that make sense? Amaradilil 99? Nailed it. How the fuck do you say that? Then the highest sum at the bottom is the best at damage. Yep. So the top thing here is like, what's the minimum value you'll accept? Which doesn't matter, right? I mean, it might, but it doesn't matter for me because I'm just gonna sort by sum, and that's gonna use the weights that I put on everything to give me the most efficient thing that I can find. Armadarial. There we go. So like in this instance, with those weightings set at the 100 value, we've got like a 55k weighting here and a 53k weighting here. So these are very, very similar, right? Super similar. The biggest difference being this one's got 59% chance to avoid bleed. Now, I already remove bleed on every flask use, so this is pretty unimportant. So I'm not going to take this one. I'm going to take the one that's just ever so slightly better. But if you didn't have bleed immunity at the time, a 50% chance to avoid bleed is still pretty big, and it might make you easily able to get bleed immune. So, you know, that's not part of our weighted sum. If you didn't have a bleed problem sorted, you would happily pick this one up over that one for just the tiniest bit less DPS, right? Like the tiniest bit. Those numbers are so close. I don't need that, so I'm just going to go with this one. The reason I didn't see really expensive ones is because I set a Chaos Orb max. If we get rid of it, you'll be able to scale the sum to the absolute best ones that exist. But now you're looking at higher numbers with 10 div price tags. I didn't want that. Right? The weighting of the stats is done by the path of building item search tool. Yes. But only if you know how to set up path of building properly. If you don't know how to set up path of building properly, it can be a little rough. The tail end of the conversation with weights, it feels like it's worth a video. I'd never heard any of what you said before. Yeah, you're right. I absolutely should make a video on that. Okay, one of these people will reply for their 1 div jewels. This is such a better weapon too. Ooh, now I don't know what this conversation is about. There are 2 things that need like entire series done. And that is Filterblade and pathofexile.com/trade. Both of those need like entire video series about like the ins and outs of how to use them. And it's a matter of like sitting down one day with some other people who also understand it and like writing out a whole like workflow system of like how those videos should be structured, and then sitting down and making them, which is something I should do at some point. Somebody needs to. Okay. So my tooltip, before I put on the new gear and the thread and the cluster, like my tooltip when I went to bed last night, when I hovered over it, was 4.8k. Changing into the thread and the bow and the jewels brings me from 4.8 to 8.8. So I just nearly doubled my damage. Now again, tooltip isn't the only relevant thing. It's a poison build, so it's not like super reliable. But I didn't change any of my links, and because I didn't change any of my links, I can still use the tooltip to compare from what I had to what I have now, right? Because The tooltip, the poison is still somewhat in tandem with, as long as I change none of my supports. Although that's not quite true, because this chaos cluster will not be affecting most of this tooltip. It'll only be affecting the poison. So it's actually a little better than that. So I have a build with 4 empty sockets and I'm not sure what to do about it. Fuck it, let's have a look. Show me your build with 4 empty sockets. This will be great. Everybody pay attention. I'm also going to have to find the location in Path of Building where this is done, but we'll get to that in a second. Copy. Paste. Nope. Paste there. Okay, what are we playing? Let's have a look. Splitting steel. Cool. What a fucking odd jewel to use. Why would you use Steel's Perfect Agony jewel here? Just for that? I guess. You know what? I hate it because you're pathed right here. And you're like right here. But it's actually fine. You still save so many points. But I hate it because you're already here. And normally when I use a steel jewel, I'm using it to like jump over to another side of the tree. But it's still good. I just don't like it. It's still good. I just don't like it. All right. Okay. Where are all your empty jewels though? I don't see any empty jewels. Oh. I don't see any empty jewels. They're all full. Is a very good use. No, it is. It's a very good use. Right? Like you're saving so many passive points. Right? It just looks wrong to use it here. Right? Because you're already pathed all the way through one. It just looks wrong. It's not wrong though. It's good. It just looks wrong. Empty gems. Oh, okay. What have we got? So we're doing ephemeral edge stuff. Ooh, Nimbus Mage Blood, good shit. Great tankiness. So what have we got? We've got Grace, Wrath, Discipline. Splitting Steel's obviously in the body armor. We've got a Berserk. We've got Leap Slam, faster attacks. We have a Sniper's Mark. What else do you need? You got a whole boot empty. I mean, Molten Shell's pretty good. Molten Shell is my favorite. Don't you need both totems though? Don't you have to have at least a 3-link for both totems? I'm pretty sure you need like... Oh, you don't need the other one doesn't work on... You don't need the second totem. Oh, that's so much nicer. I can handle one totem. Yeah, you don't actually need the other one. So the problem is the other one's also a Val. So when you need both, you have to like place one totem, place the other totem, place the Val totem, and then attack. There's like 3 things. But when you only need the attack speed one, it's just drop an attack. That's so much better. That's so much better. The only thing I can think of is that totem and a cast when damage taken Molten Shell. Like, what else do you need? How much does your leap slam give? Honestly, with enough 100% hit and a 14k hit, I would be willing to say that you could probably get Fortify from that. You could put Dark Marionettes in there for another aura. Are you using a Blessing aura? I don't think so. Is there another 50% you'd like but isn't worth it? Oh, nice. Yep, that'll do. If there's another 50% you'd like but isn't worth it, you can use as many links as you've got. You want at least a 3 link for Dark Marionettes for the Blessing, but you can use a 4 link if you've got it, right? Because you want Ray's Spectre for your Dark Marionettes. You'll have 2 of them. That's fine. You want Meat Shield. I don't know if it's Meat Shield or Elemental Army that's better if you're only in a 3 link. Why Meat Shield? Oh, really, really simple. The 24% less damage taken. That makes them burn slower, so they last longer. So like technically that would be a 4 link you could use, but you don't need this 4th link at all. You do need a 3 link though. Not having Elemental Army or Meat Shield with them makes the Blessing go away really quick. You can play with just the 2 and see. But I think you really want to have a 4 link. Oh yeah, you need the actual aura. Yeah, no, you have to have a 4 link. You have to have a 4 link. If you want an extra aura, you have to have a 4 link. I'm not 100% sure which one's better, Elemental Army or Meat Shield. I actually don't know. But that would get you a whole 50% aura for basically free. I'd say that's pretty fucking good use, to be honest. I don't know your build enough to know whether haste is the one you're going to put on a Blessing, right? But whatever 50% aura you do, right? The points in the cluster are better sent elsewhere. I mean, that point is. We don't want to connect like that. That's pretty good though. I don't mind that whole cluster. I would do the same thing here though. I don't think either of those nodes are worth it at all. Just points the path of building silliness. I don't have the spec. That makes sense. That makes sense. You should play around. I've seen a bunch of these splitting steel builds. I've seen a bunch of these splitting steel builds, and the one person I saw that had this wheel for all the prod speed and the more prod speed mastery, their clear was insanely better. I haven't actually played Splitting Steel, so I don't really understand exactly how it works, but it's still a fucking projectile spell, so, or skill, so the one person I saw running this had like 40 or 50% more clear speed than all the other people. So I'm just saying test it, because that might not have been the reason. There might have been another reason. I'm not super familiar with Splitting Steel, but when I looked at it and I was like, why is his clear so much better than all the other Splitting Steels? And I looked, and the one thing he had was long shot and more projectile speed. So I think that's the reason. 1 second. This looks pretty good, actually. Like, Baylor, we just dropped both big boy belts at the same time in our little bro SF league. Insane day. Does that mean one of you gets one belt and one of you get the other belt? Is that what happens? There's 4 of you. Looks like 2 of you miss out. Okay, so the next thing I have to do is work out, before I start, what anoint to put on. Now, in a perfect world with more currency than what I have, we're definitely just going to run the Temp Chains Explode Gloves and go dual curse and get Temp Chains and Despair, which I already have Despair, and that would be great. Temp Chains is a really, really good damage aura for a damage curse for poison. But right now we've run out of money. We've done some good upgrades. But we've run out of money. So I can't do the best case scenario, which is Whispers of Doom and double curse. Maybe Deadly Draw? 10% faster and 30% damage over time with bows. Is that going to be better than just 50% elemental damage?
Get your magic find characters ready.
I might have to load up Path of Building and find out real quick. I think it is. I think Deadly Draw will be better. Dirty Tricks. So the other option that's quite often used is Toxic Strike, but that's used by people who need the poison chance as well. Though it is 15 damage over time multi. But let's just have a look. Also, an anonymous gifter. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. Okay, so beams, config, beam, 50. We've got frenzy charges. We've got life tap. We've got onslaught. We've got flasks active. We've done these things. I'm going to count that. We've got 15 of those. We're going to set it to is the enemy a boss, even though I'm not bossing. Then we're going to go skills here, include full, include full, include full, and you with 10 overlaps. Because that's what I have. Which puts me at only 2.8. So now we go over to here. We tick all these things just because. And then we find our Defiance. And then we anoint. And then we sort by full DPS. And we see what's the best possible thing that Path of Building thinks could happen. I'm finding an item called Dark Spring Chest, but when I go to the auction house, I'm not finding it. I think I'm missing something. Dark Spring. Yeah, you're missing the auction house is a really awkward, convoluted thing. It's completely separate for unique and normal pieces. So you're probably searching for gear in the normal place where gear is instead of in the tab that's only for uniques. So Divine Judgment's pretty good. What do we got? Full DPS 6.7%. It's also 6.7% for Acrimony. It's also 6.7% for Toxic Strike, even though I don't need the poison chance. Then it's 6.3 for Art of the Gladiator. Corruption 6.2. Growth and Decay 5.4. Possible the item doesn't exist. I scrolled through all the legendary chests and didn't see it. It is not possible that the item doesn't exist. It's also separated into strength, dex, and int chests, as well as a specialty spot for like one chest that isn't any of those things. So Deadly Draws all the way down here at combined full DPS only 4.9% more. But it does come with the damaging ailments, deal damage 10% faster, which isn't more DPS, but it is the same amount of DPS quicker. So it's 4.9 total or 6.7 total. 4.9 total with 10% faster. How do you get to show your damage for this? I was trying to figure it out earlier. Okay. I think I agree with Deadly Draw. It's also very cheap. Verdant Sepia Crimson. Like, that's also super cheap, right? It's a little less DPS, but it's much quicker feeling. Like, if it's 10% faster, how's it not more DPS? Damage done faster should be more damage per second. No. Okay. Yeah. Yes, but also no. Hang on. So, what's the best way to show this? Right? So, like, this is our... What the fuck is this paint? What happened to regular paint, my dude? Where's just the regular paint? What's all this fancy shit? Okay, so this is just our application of DPS, right? So we're just gonna add some poisons. Each one of these bars, we're just gonna say deals 1,000 DPS, right? Or 1,000 damage total. Can I just copy it? Yo, can I not copy it? What the fuck? Okay. Each one deals 1,000, right? And the idea is you apply one, and then you apply one, and then you apply one, and then you apply one, and it goes through the timeline like that, right? You apply them slightly after, and then they expire slightly after, right? If you make them a different thing, and you make them deal damage 10% faster, then you end up with it expiring earlier, even though you put it on at the same time. So they all end up just each individual poison is a little shorter. So you're dealing the same amount of total damage, but you ramp up quicker. So you ramp quicker because no matter which bar you look at, you've got the same amount of DPS going on once you've ramped up. Once this red bar reaches here, right? Once this red lines get to this line, your blues have already expired. So your faster poisons have already ran out. So you end up just dealing the same amount of total DPS. It's just that the ramp up happens a little tiny bit quicker, but it's the same amount. I wanted to explain that because it's really fucking weird. Like the damaging ailments deal damage 10% faster doesn't actually increase your DPS at all. Is weird. All right, Crimson variant Sepia. Path of building is so low. I don't know how. Clue it's showing as low. Setting up path of building is a whole thing. Okay, so deadly draw. Sepia variant Crimson. Let's see what I even have. Probably not much. Everything I need. The answer is everything I need. Just right there. Love your shirt. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. All right. So a few things for Storm Rain specifically, you have to change it from arrow to beam, and then you have to set the amount of overlaps you have, which is over here. Now you do get 50 beams if you have a dying sun and the 2 extra projectiles from the tree. You can get 50 beams down. That will take you about 4 seconds. So you'd have to be standing still for 4 seconds to get them all down. If you're using the correct Storm Rain, which I am not, which I will actually change before we go start, which is Storm Rain of the Conduit, that one can only have 10 beams. Right? That one can only have 10, but you're going to have those 10 all of the time because you only need 10 and you plant like 4 per attack. So that's the trick. Number of active arrows or overlapping beams depending on which one you're doing. Realistically, Storm Rain of the Conduit isn't actually more damage than Storm Rain. What it is that Storm Rain of the Conduit is up to its full DPS in like half a second. And Storm Rain regular would require you to stand perfectly still and continue to attack for 4 to 5 seconds before it ramps up. And then if something moves, you have to wait again while it stacks there. Caustic Arrow of Poison is also a little bit weird because Caustic Arrow of Poison doesn't think it overlaps. So you have to go over to Caustic Arrow of Poison, work out how many projectiles you have. I have 10 with the Dying Sun up, and you have to put that to count 10 because it doesn't know it overlaps. So you have to count it 10 times. And that will show you the DPS when you're up on something's foot with all of them overlapping. So what I tend to do is say that 2 of them miss most of the time because I'm not point blank. So I'll just say 2 of them miss just as like an average. So if I've got 10 arrows, I'm going to say it's going to have 8 overlaps. If I've got 12 arrows, I'm going to say it's going to have 10 overlaps. You're not spec point blank as well? No. Why would I spec point blank? projectile attack hits deal. That doesn't, my hit DPS is like practically irrelevant. And is surprisingly ineffective. Like, it doesn't really help very much to get quality. Does level not help either? Wow, you've got to get to spare to 22 before it gets another thing. That's rude. You do. It's 35% less effect of supported curse, but I'm not fucking doing it manually. Like, I'm not doing it manually. What am I gonna do? Like, press the curse button myself? Get fucked. Nah, pass. Okay, let's look for Storm Rain of Conduit, because that is absolutely worth it. I just had a quick look for a level 21. It is giga expensive. It's like 8 div for a level 21. I'll just take a level 20, thank you. It's 1 div for that. Alright, SFB. Since we're looking at everyone's path of building and I haven't killed a single mob in an hour, let's have a look at yours as well before we start. I don't have SFB on this list yet. Alright, and they said they could convince players that 5 buttons was better than 1 because players always go, have they never spoken to Balor? Yeah, that's not me. You can convince me to have 40% less damage if I can also get rid of 60% of my buttons. Just automate everything, my dude. Like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to press the buttons. Okay, let's have a look. Weird pathing. Weird pathing. Are you a claw build? Oh, okay, not weird pathing. I take it back. Ooh. Oh. You're going to be taking a lot of lightning damage. Yeah. That's a problem. Yeah, I know why you're taking damage. So the lion's share of your damage is converted to lightning. Right? The lion's share of your damage is converted to lightning, and you're not running a lightning flask. You can't afford to run a quartz in this build. You have to get phasing some other way. There's a few different ways. You can get it on a tincture. You can just get phasing on kill the amp. You can also get 1 point here. This is more than enough. This is more than enough. 1 point, and that'll get you phasing all the time during mapping. Just swap a ruby? No. No. Swap the quartz flask. You cannot afford to run a quartz flask. Not at all. You've already got suppressors lucky. Your ruby should probably be a dying sun anyway. No corrupting blood immune. I got no suppress as phasing. This 1 point will give you phasing so that you can still phase through mobs. I don't really care that you're I don't even run suppress chance. Oh Lord. Yo, no, okay. 2 things that are killing you. 1, you need to be running a lightning flask. You're converting the majority of your physical damage taken to lightning, and you're not running a lightning flask. It's your weakest element, but you're also taking all of your fizz as lightning. 2, and perhaps even more important, you're still getting crit. One of the biggest reasons poison builds don't die. Enemies poisoned by you cannot deal critical strikes. Some of the mobs in here crit for 600 crit multi. They go from dealing 1,000 total damage to one-shotting you. You have to have that mastery. It's like, it might be the strongest mastery on the entire tree. Like, I mean, it's insanely good. I don't think it's at all close either. I would say defensively, this is the best mastery on the entire tree. I would say. So the rest of that is fine. What's your chance to poison? Lightning strike. Chance to poison, where are you? Oh, am I fucking blind? Is it exactly 100? It's not over? Okay. So we don't want to drop. You don't want to drop that. So we're probably dropping those 2 points then. They're the least important. Yeah, but it can, none of all the points on the tree add like 10 or 15. So not ones we can drop. So we're probably dropping those 2 to pick up that and the mastery. Economy 6 best in slot 6 link is actually a 7 link on Path of Building. It isn't. One of those gems is unticked. You are supposed to swap between melee splash and multi-strike only for pinnacle bosses or sanctum. Those are like the only 2 things I ever swap for. I run with melee splash in, not multi-strike, unless I'm doing pinnacle bosses or sanctum. Then I change out to multi-strike. One of them is unticked. I've usually we're showing single target damage, so I tick multi-strike and I don't tick melee splash, but we map with melee splash in. They're both reds. This doesn't do anything. By the way, I found where to save your points. Where's your damage taken? Here it is. You have 100% fizz taken as. You don't take physical damage. If you don't take physical damage, endurance charges don't do anything. Endurance charges lower physical damage taken. That's at the taken stage. Like, you don't take physical damage. So this doesn't do anything at all. I found your passive points. Rip that off. Put a real jewel here. Don't even give the cast with damage taken immortal call. The fact that you even need to run a cast with damage taken is a problem. I don't even have one, but still no. Still not worth it. So drop that shit, put a real jewel in, get crit immune, and get phasing here, and put a topaz flask on. The same rule as your court set. Nope, you've got percent armor there. You don't need any armor. Are you running? Why is your armor so high? Why are we even running Grace? Your evasion's trash. Which it should be. You don't need to evade. Oh. Yeah, you should replace Grace with something else as well. What's our strength at? You could do anger or haste. Or malevolence. You could do anger, haste, or malevolence. All three of those would be good. Unless your Watcher's Eye is something you're not running one, okay. So this sort of setup where you're using a Defiance and a bunch of fizz taken as, you absolutely don't need evasion. But not only do you not need evasion, sometimes, quite often, having more evasion might kill you. You actually like actively want to get hit by all the small stuff all the time so that your amulet is always proccing. You actually like actively don't want to have evasion on this build. So you should get a buttload more damage by putting either haste or malevolence or anger here. I'm not actually sure which one's the best. Probably malevolence is technically the best, but I would run haste because lol, attack speed and movement speed, lol, but probably malevolence is the best. So fix that as well. All right, fix the aura, replace the flask, get rid of this, put a real jewel in there, use those 2 points to get phasing back and enemies can't crit you anymore. And then I would fuck off this 20% max value of plague,
Get your magic
whatever,
characters ready.
and I would put in poisons deal damage 20% faster instead. That's what I would do. You should find yourself way tankier and way more damage when you do that. And it costs you nothing. These are all just changes you can just make. These are what it'll cost you, whatever the price of the jewel you put in here is. Also, Fumble O'Brien with a 2-month resub. How do you get Culling Strike on your SRS? From the Kingmaker on your Animate Guardian. Oh, low. Oh, no, you've got it. Okay, cool. Everything else here looks fine. I'm pretty happy with Everything else here. Lots of life gain on hit. That's real nice. Life gain on hit. There's 25 just here. Essentially ditch evasion. Yeah. So you've been watching my character, right? And my character feels pretty tanky, looks pretty tanky most of the time. Like reasonably tanky. I was running a garbage version of this. Like a 25% version. And I have no armor, no evasion, and no suppression. I have no suppression, no armor, and no evasion. And I was pretty goddamn tanky. And that's because the difference in tankiness between my build and your build is that I'm already immune to poison and I have a topaz flask. In fact, you're better geared than me. I do not take 100% fizz as elemental right now. Can't afford it. You have better defenses than I do. But I'm immune to crit. And I have my topaz flask on. And that's why I look tanky. But my fizz taken as is I have 8% here, 50% here. Is that? And the taste of hate. So an extra, that's got 50% increased effect. So like 22% or something. Roughly. Part of the building tells me I don't have enough mana for Sniper's Mark linked to Mark on hit. How do I solve this issue? Blood tap, life tap, life tap. That's how I usually solve that. Okay. I'm starting to think that it would be a good move to like schedule a day where at like the start of stream we spend like, I don't know, a few hours just like looking at people's path of buildings in a row. Just be like, I'll help. Let's go. Okay. How do I turn off all these notifications? Notifications. Friends now online, friends now offline, friends change status. We'll keep the party stuff. What type of small cluster should I look at for now? None. Just put in a jewel. Either get like one of these but made for claws, or like a regular jewel with damage over time multi, or like something like that. Look for just a regular jewel. We almost never use smalls, by the way. The default in everybody's brain should be that we're not using smalls. That doesn't mean there's never a case to use small clusters. There are several cases to use small clusters. But that should not be the default. The default is we're just putting jewels in, we never use smalls. There has to be a good reason to use a small cluster, right? It has to give me something that's important. The default is to not use them. What if I just fucking transmute all these? Hmm. I don't know. The answer is I don't know. That sounds like a path of building question. Alright, so on top of all my DPS upgrades, we also gained 300 life and like 25-30% movement speed, something around there. So hopefully we're good now. I find the AoE feels nicer. Not shocked at that.
You destroy that which you cannot control.
Yo, where's all my life on hit? What's happening here? But what happened to all my recovery? Am I special? What happened to all my life on hit just then? I have so much life on hit. Wait, I have so much life on hit. What happened there?
Good day.
I didn't recover any life. Look at all my recovery now.
Pruning a branch can save a tree.
It turns off life on hit? That mob turns off life on hit? That's insane. Oh, that's so much more damage. Wow. What did you change? Everything. Most importantly, I got a new weapon. And my old weapon was 860 something DPS, I think. The new weapon is 1200 DPS and also has 10% movement speed. Right? We got a new Defiance, which is much better, and put an Anoint on it. We got a Thread, which got us this node, this node, this node, this node, this node, this node, and this node. Fucking mental thread. That freed up all the points to get an entire cluster jewel set up, which is a 3-node chaos with attack speed, That also put us in our 1 medium or better flasks. We did have to drop this wheel for it, but that also gave us extra jewel sockets. So I got a better corrupting blood jewel than what I had before. Some damage over time multi and some damage with 2-handed weapons. And then I got 2 really good jewels for raw damage on top of everything else. There you go. That's everything that changed. So I'm not actually after getting juice out of these maps, though I may accidentally hit some juice, but I'm not actually aiming for any juice. We're literally just running off into the darkness on the off chance that we can find the boss dude, because those jewels sell for, like, what are they, like 8 div unID'd?
The Katha never ends.
I guess I dropped another mirror on. Wow. Nice. All I'm really hoping to hit is a... Wait, we're on the mesas now. I should just leave as soon as I get the boss killed in a jungle valley. There's no reason to stay. Mark of that for a YouTube recap, but I took notes so that I could make the YouTube video tonight. I have notes. Took notes. I've been taking notes every day. The recaps have all been like full of all the information we need. Haven't missed shit. I've even remembered to remind people that like the whole VOD is up on the YouTube if you want to see the specifics, but here's the important stuff that happened today. Why are we not running harvest anymore? So that strategy was basically just too gear intensive for me. I didn't have the gear or the ability to do that stuff quickly. I did have the ability to do it, but it was too slow. I needed an easier strategy. Something that would require a weaker character. Well, not require a weaker character, but you know what I mean, right? Something I could do on a weaker character. So I swapped strategies to something that makes close to as much money, but I could just do.
The single round challenger.
The juice moves the delirium button. I hate it. Me too. We're just after a map return from here. As soon as you get one, you can just leave. There it is. Bye. I'm planning to make some money. Well, assuming nothing drops at all. Assuming nothing drops at all.
Hello.
Every single time I launch a map, I make 40 chaos.
The unrighteous.
Assuming I don't have a delirium mirror and absolutely nothing drops on the floor. Worst case scenario. We make 40 chaos. And that is because the red invites are worth like 3.2 div per invite. Now, I'm just testing a little bit, just running around in the darkness a little bit there, just to see if I can find a boss to kill. But I'm not convinced yet whether that's worth it or not. So whenever we pop a delirium, oh, this is the wrong filter. Whenever we pop a delirium, we're just clearing around here, just really quick like, with the idea being we just want to get to like 4 at least, or 5 if we can, rewards, right? So then we come in here, kill the boss, pick our loot up off the floor if there is any. And if I'm close to 5 and I think I can get there quickly, I'll do 5 just because it's actually worth 2 when I do that. So what I mean by that is you'll see the delirium tick up. It's at 4 right now. It's just behind my tip bar. When it ticked up to 5, an extra one got added. So if I can add one like that, I'll do it. We're usually after deli orbs from that. So that's it. That's the whole thing. I'm really not sure about running in here. It just takes so much time. It's just random if we get a 83 or 84 cluster. Nah, depends on what the mob is. So you'll always get 83s from the delirium completing, because that's the zone level. But if it drops in your maps from a white mob, it'll be 83. From a blue mob, it'll be 84. From a rare mob, it'll be 84 as well, I think. And if it's from a unique, it'll be 85. Those don't happen very often. There's my maps. That's all I needed. Just to guarantee map sustain, make sure you try and get at least 1 map. Rare mob should be +2. Maybe? I actually can't remember. Maybe. Yeah, I feel like running the area downstairs when you're not intentionally getting juice, when you're just like running it for the boss, that doesn't feel worth it.
They are plotting against you.
What's the same area? Yeah, I actually literally don't remember. Ta-da! So like those, for instance, those are dropping pretty often. 2 div. 2 div those are worth. Those drop a lot on this tree just because it's wandering path, and I've taken all these ones. So these are 16% increased chance for Maven to drop invites. If someone had told me 6 months ago that Ark would be meta this league and that I'd be considering leveling freaking Cleave to level 100, I would have laughed. Yeah, that Cleave of Rage looks real good though. Just saying.
Make them feel you.
Can you not?
Make them fear you. But the darkness.
I'm just trying to see if any of these are perfect. They're not.
Make them fear you.
On death effects when you can just have vendor effects. I really want that pause when I open a vendor thing. Like, just let me look at the things, man. Like, if you're gonna make me read, which they've done because they haven't separated the visual appearance of any of the perfect ones, so they're forcing me to read. Did the deep dive the early factions drop? I did see like an 8-minute video from them. I wouldn't have called it a deep dive. I don't know if it told me anything I wasn't already looking forward to, but I did watch it. I did watch it and I am excited. Oh, whoops.
Warriors far greater than you ever will be. Are long forgotten.
That's fine. I'd rather have like reduced flood charges used or increased gain than duration. But it really doesn't actually matter as long as your uptime is 100%. It actually doesn't matter what combination you do. As long as when you put it on and it goes on automatically, it does not come off. As long as that happens, it's fine. Did Ellie just solve trading? I mean, it's a pretty good system, but we've known about that system for like over a year. It's a very unique take on trade, I will admit. It's a very, very unique trade on take on trade. Should be using like molten shell or something now? No, you don't have any armor either. You can keep a mortal call. You don't need endurance charges for a mortal call. Yay. This feels so much better. What's the hidden? Oh, the hidden's worthless? All the rest of them are worth like several div and hidden is nothing. Feared is worthless as well. Yeah. Yeah. They need to like severely lower the drop rate of feareds. TOT 10 div each. Yeah, but the invite is like 5C. Like the invite to that is nothing. It's irrelevant. It's just the actual bosses. Those cost money, but the invite's free. Looking for just a quick map drop, please. Thank you. Bye.
You are being controlled by greater forces.
If feared sets are only 10 div, people running feared rotors must be making fucking bank. Anyone here running feared rotors currently? If you can get a whole set of feared for 10 div, that sounds insane. If bossing is your thing. excuse me. Oh, I already got my map. I just wasn't paying attention. My bad. Teflon introduced me to the horrible world of sextants. I introduced Teflon to the horrible world of sextants, so I guess I apologize to both of you. Is the worst. The biggest problem is that it is so profitable. That's the biggest problem. If only it was more shit. I mean, at this point, it's starting to feel sad with how the prices are. Yeah. These things hit too much stuff, so even though I don't normally clear the map, I'm clearing it just because of the altars. Oh, never mind, I'm not. I'm done. I think I might not be immune to burning ground. I was supposed to be. But like those grand altars, there's 140, 150 chaos worth of grand ickers there. Just those alone. I don't think I'm immune to burning ground. Just judging by what just happened to me just then, I might have forgotten to become immune to burning ground. Yep.
Balor yesterday, 2 days ago for you future man, was the worst day of the year. 1/10 would not do again.
Yesterday was the worst day. 1/10 would not do again. Oh no. What happened? Summit. Summit. There it is. I hope that I have a thing. I do. And 10 today is one of the, oh, that's right. You guys do fucking dates in the like actual dumbest way. Like if you could target design the worst way to write dates, that would be what you'd pick. I forgot about that. Why would anybody ever write the month first and then the day and then the year? That's just not, that doesn't make any sense. We don't say the 11th of January, we say January 11th. I mean, you could say the 11th of January, but visual and written and also worded out and numerical representations are not the same thing. Okay. Now I'm unaffected by burning ground.
You destroy that which you cannot control.
We get into the woods and there's no trail to start going. What should I do? I really haven't messed with the woods as much as a lot of other people, so I'm not sure that I have the right answers. I think you would be better off looking that up on the YouTubes.
They are watching you from beyond this world. Can you feel them?
An enhanced support, I'll take it. Didn't know this was a suffix used, guys. Oh yeah. I knew about that one. Suffix doubled my hit pool. It's also worth like a lot, right? Yeah, just that suffix on its own is worth like 25 div. Putting it with anything useful makes it insanely expensive. Alright, what's an enhance worth? Anything? I mean, I'll take 115, see if that's real. Oh, that's not a new map. Why not level it? Why level it? Actually, speaking of leveling it. Rip. Yay! Rip. Assume they're worth nothing. Correct. And that one's worth 1 div. Okay, we're actually just going to put those away to use later. We're going to buy those and just put them in. I want to flip those and that and that. Do I have 4? Anything else I want to flip? Anything else to flip? You. And you. Well, why not buy a 6-circle white bow and equip it with 3 circles so I can level 9 gems at a time? You should. Laziness? Oh.
Balor, if a stork is the bird that delivers babies, what bird prevents pregnancy? A swallow.
That's so bad. True. It's so bad. I'm actually just full clearing this like one map because I want to get like those gems leveled to just a tiny bit so they stop showing up like absolutely constantly. I hate it. If 40 shaper sets, do them or sell the sets. If you can do like 70 plus quant invites as well, then they're really good and you could run them all. you'll make a lot of money running them. Come, buddy. Show up. Ready made an from invitation to boss carries and Ubers. Well, it's up to you, isn't it? You have the ability to run them, and you know it's more profitable to run them than it is to sell them. But is that what you want to do with your time? That's really all that matters. Is that what you want to do with your time?
The single round challenger returns. Just buy almost all of them, right? So you get about the same amount just in splinters. Just in splinters from running the thing. You get that basically covers the cost of the invite entirely. And so then anything else that drops is profit. Including fragments and whatnot, which is still like 25 C a piece, and then you can get actual boss loot, and then they're only 25 C a piece if you sell them separately and not in bulk. They're more if you make a whole set and sell it together. And then if you've got 10 sets, you can sell them for more again. It's a pretty good money-making loop.
My mana is gone.
Didn't it just sell it? Yeah, it's sold, bud.
Hello. Hello.
Here is Zerka Righteous Fire. No,
You have fabricated
not even a little bit.
entire memory.
Hello.
Fun. Why aren't you a MF? Because that would defeat the whole purpose of making a whole bunch of money without MF as an entire YouTube series. If I went MF, that would invalidate the entire thing. This was a fresh restart, I think 4 days ago. This is day 5 now. With no MF.
Cool winds.
Just right here, right now, boss rushing.
Hello.
Made 170 divines today and dropped a headhunter, like separately. Like you made 170 divines
Please.
and dropped a headhunter, or including the headhunter. And in the post to say both. Both is a pretty good day. I'd be happy with that. Come on, I want my 5 stacks. Maybe I should just go to 4 stacks. I think I spend too long getting to 5. I think 4 might feels like guaranteed. Like 4's super easy. But I run around a lot looking for that 5th one. Maybe I should just not. Whoops. Whoops. Let me back out. Maybe they actually recommended 4 with the Master Boss Rush strat. I'm actually not even 100% sure that I should be doing the Delirium. Like the orbs are definitely worth quite a bit, but
give you to the earth.
But like, don't know what else to put in if I take out the delirium nodes though.
They're getting closer. They will find you, and they will destroy you.
How much EDPS is your bow? Just bought a new one this morning. It is 169 EDPS or 1200 total, which is the total that matters. I was running an 870 up until this morning.
You are being controlled by greater forces.
Just go shaper everywhere and then farm does big money there. So that was the original plan, was to do the shaper rotation stuff. But that didn't work because my character was too weak. It wasn't that I could still do them. It wasn't that it was too weak to do them. It was just too slow. And so I changed into this, and then yesterday made like, I don't know, 40 divines doing this, but then I spent it and now I have a lot more power. But what I don't have is any leftover money to invest into, like, you know, I'd have to buy some invites and stuff. Invites and shaper maps and whatnot, but I spent all my money upgrading the character. So we're just going to continue doing this strategy to make enough money to buy a bunch of shaper maps and then go do that instead. Angle this. Yep. Good character, which we're pretty sorted now. And then a headhunter and 100 divines. So the next character upgrade is going to be a headhunter. Like I'm done upgrading my gear, unless like a really good tincture shows up with the thing I need on it plus rage. If I could get some free rage generation, I'll take it. But we'll see.
Nothing you have done was real.
I was thinking about doing a tier 7 build, 17 build. Lance's build seems cool. Lance's build seems like a really good option for that.
My lord, you are murdering innocent souls.
Presses of voices is league give you. Yeah, I bet voices aren't cheap. It's like everything makes money though. Like speaking of voices being cheap, I'll bet simulacrum farmers make money. Like if you find simulacrum farming entertaining, I bet you could be running that for money right now.
My mana is gone.
Better yet, you actually can't lose money farming sims right now. It's not possible. It's actually not the worst.
You have fabricated your entire memory.
There's a nutty value now. We should be able to hunt that down, or at least try, if you want it. You're the one that dropped it. I don't remember who took it. I should have taken way more meticulous notes. But we should be able to look for who has the +1 charm from the private league. Found two. I gave it out now. I'm fine. Wait, did we get 2 +1s? Shit, alright. Well, we should figure out where they went. Or at least try to.
Nothing you do will be remembered.
Just keep him away. Guy was running Eye of Winter or some shit. Nope, wasn't me. It's right. We'll just ask a few times over the course of the day or whatever. In our global, see if we can locate them. No guarantees, but it's worth looking. Right?
The face that stares back in the mirror is a stranger.
Oh, my maces. Uh-oh. Gonna run out. I'm gonna have too many jungle valleys. Definitely gonna end up with too many jungle valleys. We'll have to sell them or something. Think I'm gonna build the farm heist. Ooh.
You are being
I mean,
controlled
sure.
by greater forces.
Lumacy, from what I heard, they like doors. The simplex is worth it? Not sure that it is. Like, you can just buy a simplex by doing fun content. Fun is subjective, Baylor. Some people enjoy heist. And some people enjoy getting kicked in the jumblies.
My mana is gone.
Yo, one map? Actually don't care. I should actually just not care. We get so many jungle valleys. I'm actually just burning time. I should just be killing and leaving.
This is all in your head.
One, two, three, four. Just 4 deli orbs.
They've come to you to die. You are their mercy.
Do cardio blasting. Oh, nice. I know cardio. Send him a message. We'll see. Still can't guarantee it, right? The way that Private League worked. He might have moved on to a different build. It might have gone to someone else after that. Everything was just free use, but we should try and find it. So we'll try. And to figure out chat logs. Your entire chat history in PoE, unless you've cleared it, is all saved in a text file. A text file also allows you to control F to search. So you can just like try and find it. Remember you asked what's wrong because I hesitated in handing it over? Yeah. That was, if I remember right, that was somewhere like right near the beginning. Which is a pretty like jarring thing to think like, oh man, this real expensive item, but like the Private League isn't a profit place. What do I do? I don't need it for my build. Right, like it feels different. That Private League was a very different feeling. I'm definitely doing it again, but not next league. I'm definitely doing it again though. It was certainly fun.
They are watching you from beyond this world. Can you feel them?
My mana is gone.
Wouldn't next league be the best time with everybody worried about Poverty League? So here's the thing that gets missed the most often. The very same thing that makes like Trade League and MF and everything OP, like that thing everybody's loving where you get stuff, that's also a large part of why the private league went so well, right? So it's not really like it's not a trade exclusive thing. But also, I have no idea why people are worried about Poverty League. Like, we literally don't know anything. We know nothing about next league. It could be great. Like, we know nothing. Nah. I've seen some of those maps. My normal MF doesn't walk out of a map with like 80 divines off the floor. I'm saying the wealth is the same. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. It's just NEM 5. Still in the private league. They got my...
Balor, did you hear about the two silkworms who had a race? Apparently
Lord.
it ended in a tie.
Oh, a tie because this silk went like a tie silk. Oh. I get it. So when we ping pong over here just to get some maces to drop, right? Which they do, they drop like commonly. Is killing this boss a waste of my time? Because this is just like part of the ping pong, right? Which is fine. You know, you're in here for like 1 minute and you get 3 maps back, which is great. But it ticks over the completion anyway. Like it takes like 50% longer to wait for this boss to spawn. But then that happens. So like, I don't know. Maces. Oh. Mesa. Maces. Huh.
Everyone you trust has been replaced by illusions. They are trying to get you.
Like having the bulk item exchange searching. I search once and then the second time I get timed out for 60 seconds. Yep. Welcome to my life.
However will you match that last incredible performance?
Shut up. That's how. Two-round challenger.
Blessing.
It's pronounced Mesa. Mesa. Isn't that what I was saying? Jar Jar Binks. The Defiance of Destiny is so good, I'm trying to fit it into all the builds I'm playing. Me too. This amulet is like my default amulet on every build. I need a reason to not run this amulet, not a reason to run it. Like it gets slapped into everything by default and then taken away if I need the amulet for some other reason. Like if I'm quant farming, for instance. Becoming tier 0. It fucking should be. How many purifiers have you had at 21? Just one.
They are watching you from the
Oh, I didn't mean to go down. I did not mean to go down here. Oh, nameless seer. Hey, can you fucking anything cool? No, you have nothing cool. I don't think that's worth anything, is it? Nope, not enough to care.
Keep an open mind.
Could have been a mage blood. Doing the league mechanic considered MF? I mean, I accidentally went in there. It's not actually part of what I'm running right now. But also no. Of course not. Take the Cosbury Violet for +1. I could have. Yeah, no. The only thing that counts as MF is putting quantum rarity on your character. That's it. We now have an extra passive point. What level am I now? 5. That'd be 99 before I got to the end of that wheel. Did they get rid of MFing? They never will. And also they shouldn't. And also it's silly to think that they should. There will even be MFing in PoE 2. Which is a good thing because it's a super important, like, crux part of ARPGs as a whole. It has been for like 20 something years. Has been literally since it started with Diablo. Yep. An ARPG with no version of quant farming probably can't hold my attention for more than a week or two. Most leagues, it's like it's actually really, really important. I also agree with that. I think PoE's current trade system is the best trade system any game has ever had.
Stop searching for that which sends you spiraling into the abyss.
Easy div. Counterpoint to that is I hope Ellie's is even better. So Ellie's is like a super unique one. Like I've never seen it dealt with like that before, and I'm real interested to see how that goes. It could indeed be better. Just because I think PoE's is the best doesn't mean it can't be beaten. I've never seen anyone deal with it like that. It'll be really interesting to see how that works. That's a very, very different take. If like somebody I can do the same map as me, so I can get 5 times, I feel like I'm handicapping myself. Okay, I understand that feeling, and part of that feeling is content creators' fault, and another part of that feeling is the current state right now, like this league of Magic Find, which is a little bullshit. But the concept of Magic Find is not bullshit and is really, really good. So the way that it should work, ideally, right? Yeah, I should absolutely get 5 times more loot than you. Not even just 5 times, but literally 1,000 times more loot than an average player if I'm MFing. The problem is, I shouldn't be able to earn more than you in any situation running a tier 7 map than you can deal running a tier 16. And I should need a character 10 times as powerful with 10 times as much investment to do the tier 16 in full Magic Find compared to you just running it. Right? The problem is it works in far too low of a tier and it's a little too easy to achieve. Both of those problems I'm okay with Like, we can talk about those things, and those are problems, but those aren't problems based on Magic Find. We've had Magic Find forever, and every other game has had Magic Find forever. These are really good things. What it should happen in my ideal world is that we push into tier 16s, we get gear, we get better gear, and as we improve our gear, the MF enjoyers, we can start pulling power out of our build to replace it with quantity. But it requires way more investment to do so, which is usually the way it is, but not right this second. The other thing, which is really important, is you're absolutely not MF right now, even solo MF right now, is not the best way to make money. It might be the most fun for some people, but there are plenty of other ways to make money. There are plenty of ways to make money equal to Magic Find. There are plenty of ways to make a ton of money that do not involve magic finding. And the reason that all of those other things, all of those other ways are worth so much money is because Magic Find exists. Magic Find existing in this state is propping up the entire economy and like a whole ton of other farming strats at the same time. Because the people who are enjoying quant farming are only allowed to generate this subsection of loot because the rest of that stuff doesn't exist to them. All of the stuff that they can't drop is now worth an incredibly large amount of money. MF should be compared to other mapping strats. Sure. Or bossing strats. Or playing the game. I don't count crafting as a way to play the game. I just upset Pineapple, but that doesn't count as playing the game. Not that buying, flipping, or crafting aren't valid forms of currency. They're actually all better than anything we could play. Like any currency generation we could do. Crafting and flipping are better than all of those things. But I don't count them. I don't count them. Doesn't count when I'm talking about them. Right? Like when I'm comparing strategies, I'm never thinking, oh, if I was just sitting in my hideout and not killing monsters at all, I could make this much more money. But that's not something I want to do.
Stupid dog, you are chasing your own tail.
So I mention it every time because if I don't mention it, it's immediately the first thing that half of chat says. Well, you could just be a crafter. So I have to mention it every time because... MFing actively reduces build and gear diversity. In fucking what world? Those are just a bunch of buzzwords you've heard other people say. What do you mean?
Oh, but however will you match that last incredible performance?
Before we go any further with that, I think everyone's in agreement that this league is an outlier. Even GEG were like, yeah, it was a mistake. We wish that this didn't happen to this extreme. This is our bad. This league is an outlier. And things like this happening for an outlier is also fine, by the way. I agree this league is over the top, but I'm also fine with it for one league. Anything being disgustingly more powerful than anything else for a league is perfectly acceptable to me. So ignoring this league because this is the outlier.
Hello.
What are the chances of a pull up a ninja and look at 50 dead eyes? Those 50 dead eyes will be wearing the same unique. Okay, so if you pull up PoE Ninja and exclusively look at Magic Find people, then all those Magic Find people will be wearing similar gear. Yeah. If I pull up PoE Ninja and I exclusively look at life stacking Hex Blast miners, they will also look the same. Next. If I pull up PoE Ninja and I look at armor stackers, those will also all look the same. What do you mean? If I pull up PoE Ninja and pull up 50 copies of the same build, they're all wearing the same gear. Yeah. Of course they are. It's the same build though. It's the same build though. Like somebody chooses to use Tornado Shot or somebody chooses to use Lightning Arrow. It's the same build though. So that's also made up. The problem being GDD now looks at the league and takes the lesson less rewarding league next time instead of maybe MF plus this league was a problem. You just made that up. Did you not watch any of the interviews? Because they actively talked about MF and how this league was a mistake for it. In fact, let's do it. So let's look at Deadeyes, right? And the argument is that they're all wearing the same gear, right? Like Mentors, Gambles, and shit like that. Mentors, Gambles, Goldworms, Headhunters, shit like that. So, but instead, let's just take out all the bow builds because they're the same build, right? There's Tornado Shot, there's Lightning Arrow, there's Artillery Ballistas, which is also a thing that people are running. What else are people running? Ice Shot, same build. These are all the same build. Oops. This is all the same build. Let's take all of those out. All right, so now what are we left with? Watcher's Eyes, everyone's wearing that. Everyone's wearing that, which was taken Lethal Prides, Brutal Restraint, Dying Sun, Nimbus, Mageblood, Relikesh, Wrathspit, Progenesis, Thunderfist, Headhunter, Things, Thread of Hope, Bards, Inspired Learning, Split Personality. If we take out the one build, we're down to 10%, 12% before we even see a Venter's Gamble. And that doesn't mean these people are in full quant. We're down to 12% before we see our first quant piece. There are more people wearing Darkness Enthralled than there are quant farming once you take out the one quant farming build. Right? Let's go back a league, see if that happens again. Where's our first quant piece? Any quant piece? Hey, 6% on Venter's Gambles. And that's the first one again. Once you take out the one quant farming build, absolutely just not true. like it's just not true. We got you can go back league after league after league and test that. It'll be between like 6 and 10-ish%. Like it's literally just not true. Now, the reason you feel that way is perfectly valid. You're not an idiot for thinking like that. You're not an idiot for thinking like that. It's perfectly valid to think that without looking into the data, because that's how it feels. But that's a perception problem, and that's based on overall content creators in general. When you open up YouTube, you see 700 Magic Find guides, and then like 6 videos not related to Magic Find. And then that in turn makes even more players Magic Find, because they're left with the feeling that that is the only option to do, which isn't true. None of it is based in stats. None of it's in real data. It's just an appearance thing, which is, I mean, not your job to look at data, and perfectly valid to feel that way, but it isn't real. In terms of not real, it feels like everyone's playing Tornado Shot. Yes, it's #1 most played, but it's only 14%. Yeah. Can you explain to me what effects a wisp have once you're out of the wildwood? ! Wisps. Or you can also just mouse over them. They have tooltips now. They didn't have them at the beginning, but they've got them now. Was it just wisp? I feel like that was the command. how long I've gone without knowing that. Well, it wasn't in to begin with. Like your default to begin with would have been to mouse over to see what they do, and it didn't do anything. It didn't show you anything. There was a patch like a week in maybe, or something like that like added a tooltip so you could see what they did. And the just got high because everybody's dying in these Valdo maps. Honestly, the Valdo maps having more of an impact on the economy than this MF meta is, by the way. Like 100%. Like without question.
Hello there.
Kind of related? Kind of. I guess because MF gets more Valdo maps. But like, the Valdo maps themselves are having a way greater impact than like anything else. This is the perfect league to do everything in solo self-found? Yes. Yes, it most certainly is. That's the biggest reason I don't regret this league starting a private league. Like the private league, this was a fantastic league to start a private league. It gave us so much more availability of things and so much more just things to do because for the same reasons that people want to be in trade, the same reasons. Wish there was some data we could see how many mirrored items went to the void.
Nothing you do will be remembered.
You know what I want? I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Anyway, I would like a statistic about how many Mage Bloods and Headhunters lied un-ID'd on floors in people's MF maps that they just failed to mouse over and didn't realize that they were good belts and they were just like left behind. Because I've seen piles of like 70 belts. There are for sure Headhunters and Mage Bloods on the floor in maps that just get rolled over. That just have portals left and the people running it just didn't see. There are for sure. I don't think it's a stat we can see. I don't even know if it's something that we track, but I would love to see that stat. It would make me laugh a lot. I'd be very happy. I would love to see that stat.
I'm afraid the
I'd have made a little more show of it. The question now, Exile, is whether or not you're foolish.
I've been itching for a good fight.
To think I worked with you.
The weak deserve death. The weak deserve death. I've seen you strong and reasonable.
Blessings.
Physical pain. Friend almost missed a mirror because he wasn't playing with sounds. Yeah, your loot filter sounds should stay on like 100% of the time. Play without all your other sounds, turn your loot filter sounds off. If you're doing MF, you can turn off all of the sounds to everything that isn't tier 1. Make it so that like anything below a divine doesn't make a noise. But you should still play with sounds. Right? Turn off combat sounds all day. All day. Combat sounds, no problem. Loot filter sounds? No, no, no. I need those.
The face that stares back in the mirror is a stranger.
My mana is gone.
Oops, and everything get back, never get back too soon.
You are the cause of great misery.
Asking 820 if somebody gets so many regrets, and you just gifted me 200 regrets. Should have asked him to link you his ring. This is the only league I've never had to buy regrets. I always end up having to buy regrets, and I always end up having to buy unmakings. Just because I change what I'm doing far too often. Most leagues are trying to step barely long enough to break even and then before changing. That's so bad too. Like you shouldn't be doing. You shouldn't be changing that often. Oh, that was fun. Next. I want to judge you for that missing, but like I do it too, so I can't. But as long as, just like me, you're aware that that's not like the right way to make a lot of money and you just do it anyway, that's fine. That's the way I look at it. As long as you know that that's not like the efficient way, you choose to do it anyway, fine. If you don't know, then it's a problem.
You have experienced no real pain. That will soon change.
Give me a notice something this is just fun. Yeah. My view is always fun first, efficiency second. Find the fun thing and then learn a way to make that fun thing as profitable as it can be. Not profit first and then look for fun. Fun first and then look for profit. What is the argument for MF gear? This was also covered in the most recent interview. It's really important to have an access on your character that isn't raw power, raw defense, raw speed. That fourth lever to pull is actually super important. The podcast that was on 2 days ago, they actually like went into depth of this and discussed it in a way better to understand way than what I'm capable of. Like, my articulation isn't the best. Is what I mean there. It is worth watching that whole interview. Should I leave it? Just be scaling the more difficult content. Okay, let me put it to you a different way. That's exactly what we're doing already. The thing you're describing. So the problem, that's exactly what we're doing already. Not this league. Again, this league is an outlier. But that's exactly what we're doing already. We're pulling a lever on our character that lowers character power and makes us significantly weaker. Significantly weaker. To then get more rewards from the same content. The thing you're suggesting is just the other way, where we make the content significantly harder and have it drop significantly better rewards. If we were to do that, which is fine, if we were to do that, you would still have the group of people who are degenerate MFers now be richer than you and have stronger characters than you. And they would still be doing they would just be doing content you can't even do, and they would still be making 10, 20, 40, 80 times as much as you per hour. And then instead of being like, oh, I can't quant farm, you'd be like, oh, I can't farm these tier 19 maps that are incredibly rewarding because I'm not good enough for it. What a waste of my time. And then you would get the same feeling of, well, I need to run one of these two builds that are the only two affordable builds that can run this difficulty of content, which will be shown to you by content creators and won't actually be the only two builds that can do it. They're just the only two that are made popular by content creators, and you'll be left in the exact same spot feeling the exact same way. But now everybody who enjoys Magic Find as an avenue doesn't have that anymore. So we did nothing to you, benefited you and casual people in no way whatsoever, and then only hurt the people who did enjoy having Magic Find as an axis.
Exile?
Which shouldn't be the case. Yes. Which is something I think I've been saying since like day 2 of the league. I super agree with. That is a problem. But that's not inherently remove MF from the game. Right? That's... balance is off here. Something is wrong.
Exile.
you can now, it's possible for everyone. Here's the coolest part about that. One, every league after league, Snap and MP's team would make more money if they didn't do that. They do it for fun, not because it's the most profitable. They would make significantly more money operating separately as individual people than they do doing their MF group. Every single league, without fail. And second, MFing has always been available to everyone. People just don't think it is, so they don't do it. But you absolutely can. You absolutely can. You can absolutely league start it as a single player with a casual amount of game time. You could absolutely do that. It's just got the appearance that it's only for like the 1%, but it's not. It's not. It's really easy to do. You could do it every league if you want to. You can absolutely do it. Yeah, staying in the map to kill these bosses, troll. I'm gonna stop staying in the map to kill this guy. I was just testing it for a little while, but it's wrong. Drop a mesa, leave. Drop a mesa, leave. If you hit a delirium mirror, get to like 4 or 5 tiles, hit the go button, leave.
You will never escape this nightmare.
There's my mesa. Because we're halfway through 4, we'll just finish it real quick. There it is. I feel like Exile Cat's done MF builds like 8 different ways in the last like 2 leagues or maybe more as 0 to Hero series. They're really good.
My mana is gone.
What's your div count up to? I don't have one. This morning I spent all of yesterday's profits upgrading my character, making it a lot faster, and now I'm starting to save for Headhunter as of today, but I spent everything. This is the last upgrade before I do Headhunter time. GX ring on? Yep. And a lot of people doesn't like it. Alice was just, and Delve was just an example. If you want content that doesn't scale with MF at all, you can do Harvest, Harbinger, Ultimatum, Delve, Heist, Bossing, Uber Bossing, boss rotations that are not bossing but like mapping bossing. Simulacrums. But Harbinger scale with quant? Nope. Well, yes and no. Harbinger doesn't scale with player quant at all. It does scale with map quantity, which just means rolling your maps hard, not quant farming. Today Harvest does not scale with quant. Correct. Quant again on my character. Pack size and quantity on the map scale Harvest very well, but quantity on like quant farming on your character does not scale Harvest at all. So there was just like off the top of my head, there was just 6 examples of content that you are rewarded for rolling harder, more difficult content that have nothing to do with quant and don't scale with quant at all. And all of those systems make at least close to as much money as quant farming does right now. And the economy on all of those, the reason it's so profitable is because quant farming exists in this state, and that is propping up all the other methods of farming and making them significantly better. Beast farming and essences as well. Don't know if I mentioned those. Those are rewarded for making your character faster, not stronger. Because you can do them in lower tier maps, but you're rewarded for speed in those instances rather than raw power. But that's still a thing. It's sad that a lot of plebs don't know better. See, I don't love that way of phrasing it because it makes it sound like an insult. Like at this, I usually default to it's not your fault that you feel that way because it appears that way, and I understand why it appears that way.
Hello there.
Right? I understand why it appears that way. That is only half your fault, and the other half is content creators in general. Just overall, right? But once all of this has been explained to you, we've been talking about it for like an hour. I've shown you stats on PoE Ninja. I've explained it. We've gone through everything. At this point, if you're still not listening, then you're not listening and you're a lost cause. Because there's just I don't know what else to do at that point. Grimro spreadsheet to be the next thing to do. I'm real tempted by that. Jesus Christ! How much is your Simplex amulet worth? One headhunter, one mage blood, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 stacks of 50. Plus, like, it's 560 or something. Plus a headhunter, plus a mage blood.
No one knows your name.
Ah, that's fine. The bells for collateral for the remaining 240 div. Ah. Best I can finally survive after buying the immortal amulet you mentioned. It's so good. It's so good though. Do. During the podcast when they talk about MF, I thought maybe you could go over this section of the podcast since we're having such a discussion about it. Yo, huge. Okay, let's have a listen, shall we? Let's listen to it again.
I've seen on Reddit and so on as well recently is like the concern about like, oh, does this mean I'm going to have to be using Magic Find gear and stuff like that? And I guess I did want to talk about that as well, because that is something that people have been worried about, I guess. And I actually had another conversation with Chris about this because I needed to kind of refresh my memory of like, okay, so I literally said to Chris, like, Chris, I want you to pitch me from scratch again on why Magic Find gear is good. Because I need like I need a refresher course on this again. And it really comes down to, like, you need your game to have some axis of scaling that isn't just DPS. Like like having some other element, it just means that there's another factor to consider in your character build. And I guess that that's a thing that we do believe in, that it is important, which isn't to say like, but it needs to be competitive, right? It cannot be the case that Magic Find should outcompete damage. Like there needs to be some balance there, but it's like, it's another thing to optimize for. At the point when you have gotten your DPS to the point where you can take down anything, having the ability to, okay, now I want to be able to do that at the same time as also having MF gear is like something that can add to that. So I think that's kind of the reason why it is important. If you don't have that, then like, I mean, it's similar to the balance between damage and defenses, right? Like it's just there's like a kind of triangle of factors you have to consider in your build. So it's just something to consider.
Why do you think
that's kind of the thing?
Why do you think Magic Find gear is unpopular amongst like vocal, at least a vocal minority in the community? Then,
I think when this happened the first time, I paused it and said because they're stupid. Such an ass.
I guess, you know, that's an interesting question. I think it's a little bit to do with, like, go on.
I think part of the reason is that the way it scales at the moment in PoE1 is quite exponential. So a lot of Magic Find gear is a lot better than a little bit and a lot of damage. So the scaling will, I mean, we definitely want to make sure that doing low tier content with very high rarity gear is not better than doing high tier content with a bit of rarity gear.
Right. Yes, that is a very important factor, actually. Yes, that's important. Right. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Yep.
Do you have anything in mind how to do that?
That is something we all agreed with. You should not be doing low tier content in Magic Find and getting more rewards than higher tier content in not Magic Find. I should be wanting to do high tier content in Magic Find, which should start by doing high tier content and then getting enough power that I can replace that gear, like swap some things out for quant, and over the course of time add more and more quant as I get more and more power in other places. Right? It should not be the case that anyone was ever running tier 7 maps in full Magic Find to make a lot of money. That should never have happened. But that was, again, this league being an outlier. Right?
Honestly, so this particular area, like, we will have to go and revisit those equations and do stuff, but I have to say it's not something we've like yet done the balance for. I actually then also, like, because there are all sorts of things deep in the dark recesses of the like drop code that like that exist that all have to be looked at again. Like the equation for the way that Magic Find gear has diminishing returns is like weird and nobody understands it. And like
So something that's interesting here to me is that they said two opposite things, and my understanding was that the first thing they said wasn't true. So Jonathan here just says
returns is like for the way that Magic Find gear has diminishing returns is like weird.
So this is true. Magic Find gear has diminishing returns. Putting on your first 20% quantity is not as impactful as putting on your next 20% quality, which is less impactful than putting on your next 20% after that. But just a minute ago,
nobody understands.
Why do you think
that's kind of the thing?
Why do you think Magic Find gear is unpopular amongst like vocal, at least a vocal minority in the community? Then,
was it this one?
I guess.
No.
At least
it's out
earlier.
We're kind of looking. The challenge is, and then to do in some means
through other means, you just in terms of power gain.
I don't know where it is.
Yeah.
But before, the guy was talking and he was saying that having a lot of Magic Find was worth more. Like it got better. Like it was exponential scaling. The more you fit in, the more impactful the next bit is. But my understanding of how Magic Find works is that that is not the case. It is the opposite of that, which is what, which is then what Jonathan said. So they're thinking the opposite ways. Jonathan's right, I think. But yeah, I mean, they seem to have the same understanding of Magic Find and its importance that I do. Which makes me very, very happy. Could that be a quantity versus rarity thing? Ooh, maybe? It could be a quantity versus rarity thing. because getting more quantity is not as important as the quantity you got before it. But it might be something with rarity that's different. And any build that can is the correct choice. I mean, that 100% depends on the content you're doing. More content in this game does not scale with player quantity than does. And it also depends. The other axis of that is, does losing your ring slow you down? If your average map takes 2 minutes to complete, and putting on Aventus makes it take 2 minutes and 10 seconds to complete, in fact, no, you should not put on Aventus. You will lose money per hour. If you have no downside, if losing that piece of gear and putting on quantity instead has no downside and you can clear it exactly the same rate, then of course, why not? Also, time wouldn't be the only factor either. If using a real ring, you can put 6,000 of the downstairs juice into your map and clear it comfortably. But you can only put 5,000 in when you put Aventus on because you got a little bit weaker. Then still no, you should not put Aventus on. It is only the case that you should put quantity gear on when your clear speed and your damage are already so good and not adversely affected by losing those pieces, that you can continue to do content at the correct speed.
You are free to explore this vast world, yet here you are, doing the bidding of others.
Oh, so here's something interesting. If we could in fact have infinite juice, if we could in fact have infinite juice, so we could just move the lever to whatever level of juice we wanted and just insert that into every single map, there would be no one wearing Magic Find gear.
But however will you match that last incredible performance?
Because it would be far, far more rewarding to build a character that was 3 times as strong and then just put more juice into the map. However, that would result in everyone else who isn't part of that like 1%er crowd being like, oh, but I logged into fucking MP's team stream and they're putting 75,000 juice on per map, and I tried to put 75,000 juice on per map, and then the blade of grass in my map that doesn't even have a health bar one-shot me. This is so unfair. This, by the way, is also the scaling we did have. The thing you're talking about, that's the kind of character reward scaling that you want. That's what we had with fractured mapping. In Harvest League, we were building Herald stackers that had billions of DPS, wore no quant gear at all, and we did fractured mapping on that, which was the hardest mapping content that's ever existed still to this day. And that was so very much hated by everybody not doing it, so much more than this. So much more than this. Where I feel, don't know where to go aside.
You are being controlled by greater forces.
Sextons you running? None. No sextants. Al can go. It's actually scour and go. Literally not running juice of any kind. Even my maps are like whatever they come as. Oh, that is not the Atlas plan. The current Atlas is this. Onslaught on SRS needed on Nishi. I mean, it's 20% attack speed and 30% movement speed. If you mean the Onslaught flask on ourselves, whatever. That's just for us to move around quicker. If you mean like a charm that gives all of nearby monsters Onslaught, I would say that's pretty important. It's not mandatory, but it's definitely harder, worth having. Hit me like it gave you permission. Hit me like I gave you permission. I have the Spectre that runs Onslaught, but I want to swap it to the one that gives haste so I can run another aura. You should do it and invest instead in a charm that gives Onslaught. As long as you have 5 allies nearby, you and nearby allies have Onslaught. Get your Onslaught that way.
This is your eternity.
The charms are 12% RMR, 20% movement speed, and 30% attack speed is worth. I mean, it's basically better than a haste aura. But not basically, it's actually better than a haste aura. You will not be giving up Onslaught for haste. But you can get both. All 3 of them to fit in permanent malevolence. Are you trying to not have a blessing aura? Is that what you're doing? And now I don't have a spot for it. I mean, well, you're giving up something. Like, this is not the way I would do it. You've deviated far enough from my build that I can't help. Like, his blessing auras are too strong. Defiance banners, whatever. You can already be crit immune anyway, so it doesn't really give you any crit. The little bit of armor is not really worth a socket in my opinion. Okay, I should build an Atlas tree for that Atlas command, eh? My bad. 5 versions, 1 lock and 1 veiled. Jesus Christ. Oh, 50% prod speed. An 88 multi. That's better than the last one. Okay, let me build a tree for this so that that command actually works. Hang on, just building the tree.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
Oh, Vertex.
F this button is my chat.
Thank you very much for the 23-month tier 3 resub. Huge. I can't remember either now. Put me on the spot. Okay, how many do I have here? 120. So I'm missing some. 113 in that one. I now have 115, so I'm missing 5 more points. Where? I took those 3. There it is. Import, export. Get mini field. Copy. Alright. Command, edit, Atlas. Current tree. There we go.
Blessings.
Your tolerance to the intolerable is admirable.
My mana is gone.
Question, how would you go about building a destructive play? Favorite maps? Can't really run everything on one and you need to bounce around. So destructive play atlases, obviously you take destructive play, obviously you still fill out this wheel and you take those ones, right? That's the base. But when I'm doing destructive play, I actually use this node, shadow shaping. Maps found cannot be your favorited maps. Maps found in your map have a 1% chance for a special implicit. We don't care about that. But instead, this leaves you with, instead of a list of maps you want to run, there's a list of maps you never want to run. And so you rule out all of the worst maps that you can personally think of. Or at least, yeah, as many as you can fit. And then you run everything that's left because you have to bounce around. You don't have a choice, right? You have to run 10 different maps. So you can't be bouncing between two or anything like that. You have to run a bunch. So we just rule out all the ones you hate, or at least the ones you hate the most, down to as many favorite slots as you've got. And then you build your atlas like that. Like doing Elder Stray's destructive play? Me too.
You will never escape this nightmare.
Makes perfect sense. I don't know why I didn't think about it, because that node is almost never used. In fact, if you told me you'd never spec'd into that node ever in your life, I would not be surprised. So people forget that it exists because it's just not a normal thing. I've never spec'd into that, and I've read it twice. Yeah, it's not normally a thing that we would use. But that's why you don't think of it, because you've never used it before, right? A fine line between a cliche and saying something original.
You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will.
Other than that,
Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
I want to kind of pick up a few mechanics I like. So focus on mechanics that don't make you stop. If your build's strong enough to do like essences and shit in tier 16s, great. Strong boxes, shrines, they speed you up, those sort of things. And if you can fit it, every single goddamn map duplication node in existence. Actually, not if you can fit it, that part's mandatory. And then if you can fit it, every plus map node, like plus level, like duplicate every duplication node on the tree. That's mandatory. But then if you can fit them, all these. Real important, super undervalued, and not on enough people's trees. Especially on destructive play trees. Ad starts in 4 minutes. Sweet. Okay, I'm gonna explain this to everyone, not just Crystalia, just in case. So the way map drops work, the way map drops work is we first roll our chance to drop a map. Then we roll the tier of map, right? And then we apply the chance to roll one tier higher. And then we apply, and then it decides on rarity. And during that rarity calculation is the same time that these are chosen. So this is when you decide whether it's a unique or a guardian map or a regular map, and if it's rare or magic or white, right? And then that's where that applies. And then the duplication happens, right? Now, the reason these nodes are really important is because if we back up 2 steps where we go, okay, what tier drops? It's a tier 14. Okay, how much chance to roll it up do I have? Actually, let's say it's a tier 13. How much chance do I roll it up do I have? Oh, 70%. Great, now it's a tier 14 instead of a 13. Well, tier 14s are done. They don't exist on my atlas. I don't have any. Right? There aren't any. So I can't drop that and the calculation stops. All the calculation stops, it goes away. That map can't drop. So now that enters what's called the hidden equity system. It might have a real name that GGG has. I don't know what that is. But now at that stage, that map enters the hidden map equity system. That hidden map equity system is a 1% chance per map that failed to drop to raise the tier of your next map by 1, only used when needed. So if the natural roll is a tier 16, it can't raise it by 1, it doesn't use up your equity. If the natural roll is a 15 and then your 70% on the tree rolls it up to 16 instead of 15, it doesn't use your equity. If it's a 14 and then your 70% chance on the tree rolls it up to a 15 and you can't drop a 15, you're going to try and use that equity to roll it up 1. And if it succeeds, it'll become a 16 and drop on the ground. And if it fails, it won't consume that equity and it'll add 1% chance to it. The way that ends up working out mathematically is that each one of these notables that add 10% to your map drops ends up being about 8% more maps if you have all 4 watchstones. And this 8% more per node applies to your guardians, your unique maps, your cortexes, everything. It applies to all of those, which means even if your map sustain is good and you're like, oh, I over sustain maps, I don't need any more. Yes, you do. You're throwing away money. Have as many as you can fit in. That doesn't mean 100% of trees should have 100% of the nodes. Obviously, I'm a wandering path tree, so I don't even have the notables in this section. And quite often your tree will be like, oh, I could get this one, and I can get this one, and I can get this one, but I'm nowhere near here. And okay, maybe it isn't worth the travel over there, right? But we should be still getting as many of those as we can. And that is also why 4 watchstones is so important. Because if you only have 3 watchstones, then you can drop tier 12 maps. With just 1 watchstone missing, tier 12 maps are on your atlas. Which means that when a tier 12 map is the end of your calculation, you can drop it. It doesn't get added to the equity system. And it also means if you drop tier 11s and they get rolled up to tier 12 through your dropped hidden equity, it uses all that equity and takes away your equity, your hidden equity roll. Right? So it isn't just the 25% chance to drop 1 tier higher on those watchstones. In fact, the difference between having 3 and 4 is probably a little over double, if not closing in on triple the amount of maps drops including all of your guardians, cortexes, unique maps, all the expensive things. That's why we need 4 watchstones. That's why I push everybody to 4 watchstones is your first and main priority in a league. Anyway, there's that full explanation. With the current inflation, I don't think I can afford the last 2 void stones. So I did this earlier in this run where my plan was to make money. I looked at my currency tab, I sold everything I had, and I bought 2 watchstones and was left with a total of 13 chaos. When you tell me you can't afford it, you better mean you literally couldn't pull it together if it was the last thing you were going to do. If it is your very, very last chaos orb, you should buy your watchstones. That's how impactful it is to the money you will make for the rest of the league. You will make the money back that you spend on watchstones within a few hours of doing literally nothing. A bad strategy where you're just alkin going shit maps with no idea what you're doing, you will make the money back from those watchstones. You should spend your very last chaos if you have to get 4 watchstones. If you exist in the Atlas, there's some caveats, right? There are some times where it doesn't matter. Like if your league starting a heist build, you don't need any watchstones, right? If your league starting in Delve and you're just jumping into high tier maps you bought with a scarab on that you bought, you don't care about the Atlas, right? You don't care about that. If your league's starting in Sanctum, you just keep buying Sanctums, right? If you're in the Atlas, you should buy your carries. Most of the runs to the Maver and Elder Shaper, 1 and 2 diff, I think. You would have to check TFT, exclamation mark TFT. That is where all of the carries are sold. I should do the invitations too, right? Look, eventually, but those are way less important. The watchstones are the most important part. Like the invitations and stuff, they're all like 1 Atlas point, like 1 Atlas passive, and in some cases 1 favorite slot. To explain why 4 stones in most cases. Oh, did you just get here? Can I suggest scrolling back? It was like a 10-minute rant. It started about 8 to 10 minutes ago. Like literally 8 to 10 minutes ago. I went on like a whole explanation of why 4 watchstones are super important, and it is absolutely worth knowing all that stuff. It's too long of a thing. Can you explain how to get the hideouts from your hideout command? There should be download files. There should be files in that command. And there's an import and export just here. So you make your hideout whatever the base is, and then you can literally just import a file. Like they're literally like .hideout files. If anyone's ever struggled with map sustain, they should have a close look at what I'm doing right now, because I'm running unalked, unqualitied, literal white maps. And by the time I run 30 jungle valleys, I'm going to have more than 60 maces with nothing. There's nothing on these. Most of them are just white maps. I'm literally just launching a map. You could not do this without 4 watch tones.
You have fabricated your entire memory.
I put you out of your misery.
In the back of the bar, banging in the back of your car. Back in the days when I was a teenager. I was to avoid stones. I remember I still need to go get my other 2.
Over here.
Only a 1, but it's still gonna be like a 200 to 250 div profit. It's kind of insane. I'm gonna lie.
Captured, stupid beast.
Okay. The Atlas thing I just explained, that one needs to be a YouTube video, but for that to be a YouTube video, I think I need slides. I could probably do it in a spreadsheet. Maybe. You know when the last time I made a fucking slide was? Because I don't. It's a legitimate question. Might have been uni? I think it might have been when I was at uni. Steamer's best friend, paint. Okay, you've mentioned paint. I've been looking for something. Maybe somebody here can tell me if the thing I'm looking for even exists. I've been looking for a way to use paint or some sort of program like that on my screen with a pen. So what I mean by that is, instead of pulling up paint and drawing with my mouse, what I want to be able to do is pick up a pad and just be like, boop, there's a thing on my screen, and be able to just do things. What the fuck is that? What do I get? What's the thing? How do I even type that in? Like, what is it? What is it that I want? Post a link? You most certainly can, especially if it's to the thing that I was just talking about. Especially if it's that. Yeah, portable to creator. So let me be a little more specific. All right. So there's no way I'm like drawing whole things, right? What I'm after, like, I'm just, you know, when I pull up, not path of building, like when I pull up just, I just pull up paint, right? And then I try and like draw things, but my ability to draw with the mouse would be like, oh, I'm trying to explain how tornado shot works, and you know, you shoot 5 projectiles, but like I'm so shit with the mouse. Not that my drawing is really good, but it's way better than this. I just want to be able to pick up a pen and do some basic drawing like this in a basic paint program, but like here, but for you to still be able to see it. So it can be quite a cheap version of that, because I'm not artistic. I'm just after a thing. Cheapest is Wacom tablet. Wacom tablet. X Pen drawing tablet. Wireless, that's a pretty big up. just watching the video real quick. Aha. Okay, so one problem with this Wacom one, the one that I just got linked here for Amazon. I can't see the image on the tablet, so you've just got to sort of guess where you are. It doesn't need to be good quality, but I need to be able to see the image on the tablet and the screen. The other one you linked? I mean, that looks like it does everything I want and significantly more, but that's also fine. Do they make small versions? I don't need one that big. I also don't need to be spending $1,000. That one's $1,000. Yeah, but mine does not need to be good quality.
Your tolerance of the intolerable is...
Stream runs will be 200 to 300. That's reasonable. I can make that happen. Not instantly, but I can make it happen. You, the man I'm looking for. I'm the man most people. Popla. Yeah, I'm looking for. Well, first we're gonna find the right one, but I've got pretty low requirements for this, so I don't think it'll be hard to find the right one that's cheap. Not like the keyboard. I'm just never gonna get a new keyboard. Slowly, one by one, all of the keys on my keyboard will just stop functioning and I'll just get worse and worse at typing and no one will even notice because of how bad my spelling is. So it's fine. It'll just look like my spelling is devolving. D&D. Oh yeah, that looks like exactly what I want. That looks like exactly what I want. Well done. Thank you very much. I will bookmark that bitch. Okay, it's 13. Yes, actually. For the USD, Is that the tree you just made? I see wasted points. Okay. Show me them. There is exactly one area where there are wasted points. I just want to see if Natalie Ruri has picked the right area. There is actually an area where there are wasted points. I saw it while I was rebuilding the tree for the website, and I was like, whatever, I'll fix that later. So, oh, that's right. Somebody linked me a jewel, told me to look at it. Give me 1 second. You don't need 2 gateways? Oh, I don't have 2 gateways. Cannot take reflect 3% of armor applied to hits. Area you've killed recently and crit multi per power charge. That's insane. Trio Maid does? I don't think I have them. I do not have them. Okay, what did I do on this tree? Oh. Okay, I don't need those. But I have 120 spent. So what am I missing? I actually don't even have this one because I'm short a passive point. So I'm missing 3 points that I have on this tree. Oh, here. That one. And those ones. Well, now I've got 1 too many points. I'm pretty sure I have that too. I do. What have I done wrong? Does it say I don't know how to price it? Any merits to... I don't know how to price that either. Yo, what have I done wrong here? Hang on, I also don't have this. Not enough points. 1 extra point still. I have destructive play. I don't have it here either. I have 1 extra point in this tree. Aha. I don't have this, and I should have. Actually, that's a mistake. There, that's the current tree now. I wish I had 3 more passive points. They'd be in 10%, 10%, 10% more maps. I do not. So.
They know all your secrets. Nothing is hidden from them.
I could have like 10 more passive points.
I wonder if SFBs feels significantly tankier now. We looked at his build earlier and was like, yeah, these are wasted and these are wasted. You should do this to fix it. It was much better, immediately noticeable. Ah, I didn't see that. I must have missed it. You gonna play BPL? No. I don't have time. I really want to play D3 starting like tomorrow. But I don't know if I can do that while I'm in the middle of this.
You've already done this before. You are caught in a loop.
Kind of in a content role. I know what I'm going to do after this too. I think. At least I've got an idea of what I think I should do after this. Yeah, I think I just want to... I think I'm just going to be discount Grimmer. And I'm going to be like, here's a strat, here's a spreadsheet, here's tracked profits. Boom, here's something you can do that is an MF. Boom, here's something you can do that is an MF. Boom, here's something you can do that is an MF. Because there's like so many options. There's so many things to do. There's so many things to do. And I'm like woefully sick of the I have to MF like rhetoric, which is just like absolutely not it.
Hail God's Slayer. Greetings. For freedom. Greetings. Remember, we do this for freedom.
I wish I could control shift click maps and have them go to this side of my inventory instead. Tapping normal works, yeah. Rarity is an item tag. Normal, magic, rare, unique. They're all item tags that you can use in the search bar.
experience no real pain. That will soon change.
Hello there.
And the voice got both students on for 420 total. Nice. I would love to hear how you feel after even a few hours of mapping, returning to what you were doing with 4 watchstones in. Making it into content. I don't know how you fit it into like YouTube videos. This is build roasts. More like build lightly warmings. Doesn't really roast people very well.
You are destined to bring ruin to all you touch.
It is pretty adorable watching the Ziz build roasts though. It's like his version of roasting is still very kind. Like it's still very kind. He's just like comparatively just too wholesome of a dude to roast people properly. I mean, it just isn't, it doesn't work. Nice. Or not. And this league is so good I can't quit it. What is your favorite league since yet? Ooh, does this count as my favorite? It might be this one. My view on leagues is also like super skewed and unreliable, and I try real hard to separate it, but I don't think I can fully, because there's a bias on how much I enjoy a league based on how well the stream is doing. This league, the stream is doing the best it's ever done. It's not the highest sub count I've ever had, but whenever I've had higher, it's been from one person donating like 200 or 300 subs at a time, and that gets you like a higher raw number. Not that there weren't any gifted subs in this set of like subs we're at right now, but no like obscenely high number spike from like one person. So this is like the highest I've maintained or like had under normal conditions.
Characters ready.
If that makes sense. Hey, Little, thank you very much for the prime. Like, to still be hovering above 500 here is insane for me, because this is the last few days, today and the next few days, are where all of the hype subs leave. Like all of the league start stuff. We were at like 550 a few days ago, but for it to still even be above 500 now is insane for me. Insane.
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt. Off you go, little beast. Away!
It's job quitting time soon. If this stays above 500 for 2 leagues, I'll quit. I'll quit. We'll get an extra 35 hours a week out of me on average. But do I have to stay there? Actually, that's a lie. You won't get 30 to 35 hours a week out of me. You'll get another 20 to 25 hours a week out of me. Because if I get to quit my job, I'm taking 10 hours a week. I'm taking 10 hours a week where I can like just fucking do anything that isn't content. Like I'm taking 10 hours of awake time where I'm not working. Because I don't know how many more years I can keep doing this.
You are destined to bring ruin to all you touch.
Well, they're happy with things went. No, but I do need to charge them. Need to remember to do that at some point. They don't just pay you, they wait for an invoice.
Everyone you trust has been replaced by illusions. They are trying to get you.
It can take a while. It can take up to 30 days. It's not allowed to take longer than that.
All invoices paid within 30 days. Really? Everywhere in the world except America. These are not an American company, so I don't have to worry about that.
What will be the straw that finally breaks you? I will find it.
It figures out. Remember what your first character build in PoE was? Yup. Elementalist Ice Spears, self-cast. Elemental Overload. My thought process at the time was if I don't invest in crit at all, then the second stage of Ice Spear will be able to crit and make it proc the Elemental Overload. It was a terrible build. Elementalists, they were ascendancies? They were when I started, yes. And it's all over.
You there, local, hungry.
My first build was Arch Nemesis. It was Skeleton Mages. It's all been done else since then. Was a crit rate of arrows in the beta or only stacked attack speed and crit chance? So my first league, I believe. So the first league that I league started in, so the first time I ever took it even remotely seriously or tried to play the game at all, was the league they added. Bloodlines. So technically I played the league before Bloodlines, but just like trying to figure out the game at all. Not. So I don't actually know what I made the league before Bloodlines, because I don't think I ever got to maps. I started in hardcore, obviously, because everyone who started back then was playing in hardcore. There was no softcore. I mean, there was a softcore, but no one played it. Like, literally no one played it. It was hardcore only.
They've come to you to die. You are their mercy.
I did some softcore. I bet you wouldn't have admitted that at the time. Thinking back on it, it was actually super fucking toxic.
Exile.
Like you would not admit to playing softcore in this game back then. You'd be fucking crucified. It's super toxic. When did the shift to softcore happen? So around 3.0, a large amount of people started playing softcore. And also got a lot of shit for it. Like it wasn't it was looked down on quite a bit in 3.0. But then every league from then onwards, it got progressively more and more people playing softcore.
My mana is gone.
It was so bad I couldn't get it. I used to have my caps lock key was a macro, and it was a more important macro than the TCP disconnect macro. It was the /OOS macro. How many people here remember using /OOS? Nice, 1.5 div for those. Do you feel happy or sad that Mage Blood is very cheap compared to other leagues? Happy? The reason for that being it doesn't matter to me what the price of things are. When I want something, I just make the money to buy it. It doesn't matter how cheap or expensive things are. So having it be cheap means more people are able to play with it, which I can only see as a good thing. City Park or Mesa? City Square or Mesa. City Square is a better map than Mesa, but the bounce map on City Square is trash, and so I don't like it. And like I don't want to go there because the bounce map is bad. Just gonna pick some more music. dungeon the best map for fast clearing? Dungeon's not the best map for anything. At all. Yeah, if you add Harvey, if you're doing the Harvey thing, you have to go City Square. It's way too good.
My mana is gone.
That's also a thing that's been around for many, many leagues. With the Harvey sextant 3 times the value, twice the value, really. Because you have a pack and a boss, and they can both drop the things. The pack spawns around the boss, so you normally have 2. You don't get an extra pack for being in City Square, but you do get 3 bosses. So you go from 2 entities that can drop you stacks of currency to 4 entities that can drop you stacks of currency. So it's twice the value in City Square. The most failed situation was the second league ever. Traded a Chevron, but it was going in inventory. I thought I got scammed. Complained to the trader. It was equipped. I don't know. I feel like I do things like that every day. My brain's pretty shit.
Can save a tree.
The biggest answer United Dream says 7 to sleep. I'm sorry, is there even a dual role that has minions have chance to wither? What sector does a run with my MF with his tornado shot? You don't, or if you do, you're just running Dark Marionettes for a Blessing Aura. How much of a reduction does it actually give? Literally 90%. Literally 90%. Don't get weathers elsewhere? Well, you don't. So there's only 2 options. You can use Severed in Sleep instead of United in Dream, But if, and then get the Wither chance there, or you put Wither support in the 6 link. Those are the two. Like a few % chance isn't enough. You need more than that. And it's just better to use the other sword. It's better to use 7 and sleep and get you with a chance there and use different supports. Both ways are fine though. It's better to convert Fist to Elemental than have 20,000 armor. 200,000 armor. Ah! That's too generic of a question.
You are the only one who matters.
It's too generic of a question. In most cases, yes, converting is going to be better. In all cases, not necessarily. Although, even when you get like 2 million armor, those people still find really good reasons to convert the damage instead. Fast speed or movement speed in a flask will poison SRS. I'll tell you a secret. I roll attack speed intentionally so I can whirling blades around faster. So there's not 50-50. I can tell you what I do, or I can tell you what you should do. Or I can tell you both. Your choice.
You can never die. Why don't you test it?
Both. So, what you should do is when you're running Mesa, you should have one favorite slot on Mesa and all the rest on Jungle Valley. And when you're running Jungle Valley, you should have one favorite slot on Jungle Valley and all the rest of them on Mesa. What I do is I leave all but one on Mesa all the time because I can't be bothered to swap them. If you're only running around Jungle Valley, then you're doing a completely different strat. Probably my next one. Both got it. Don't do 50-50. Don't do it. Don't do it. You'll be way better off doing what I do. If you're too lazy to change them, put a single favorite slot on Jungle Valley and put all the rest on Mesa. The difference is when you don't hit Delirium, Mesa takes 20 to 30 seconds. When you don't hit Delirium, Jungle Valley takes you a minute to a minute 20. So it's half the money to be in Jungle Valley than it is to be in Mesa. So you still want the most amount of Mesas that you can get.
Exile.
Nothing you have done was real.
My mana is gone.
Your men on the bench. How many take this roughly from the incubators? No idea. No idea. Do other builds want to try this with EPL? Probably yes, but I do want to put out a really big warning. You and fucking everybody else. So good luck getting the gear you need, because like half the people on your team or more are going to be trying to do the same build.
Greater than a god, untouchable.
I would be surprised if there aren't warnings in your Discord chat about not making that build, or at least not expecting gear if you do so.
You are greater than a god, untouchable.
And then we get an option to sort stuff in a stash tab, like auto sort. Me too.
This is all in your head.
However will you match that last incredible performance?
What are the best coin charms for SRS? Increased effective offering on you is definitely one of them. It allows you to first drop the broomies and then secondly drop also a block wheel. I would suggest fitting in one charm with the you and nearby allies have onslaught. I think that one's incredibly good. But otherwise, other mods is up to you. It depends on your setup. You could use some RMR ones. If you're going for suppression, you can use that to help cap your suppress. Things like that. Extending poison good. Unfortunately, no. That only applies to us, not to our minions. Ritual fish while we get stuck between the altar and the wall. Misclick 3 times trying to get the altar to escape the degen pool.
Still alive.
Nice slugger.
For now.
Oh, hello. I am shocked at how healthy trade is right now. Like I'm making like a bunch of, even just a bunch of like 20 and 30C sales. Like while I'm in still like entry mode and I have those up, they're happening. Nice. Just got my first div drop of the season, 3rd of my lifetime. Grants. Do we make some upgrades there or something? Why is the div stack so low? Okay, so we got a thread. We got a large cluster. We got new jewels that are really quite good. We got a new corrupting blood jewel that's actually great. We got a new jewel for the belt. We got a Marketh bow that's 1200 DPS instead of 800 or whatever it is. We got a new Defiance of Destiny that's decently well rolled and anointed it. We're basically in real gear now.
Your life has been one long lie.
You there, local, come here.
That's a nice portal. It is. How much was the thread? I forget now. I think I paid like 3.5 or 4 divines or something like that. I got a like semi-decently rolled one. So of this build because of it's true. I mean, you can just take that off. Just generally speaking, Mage Blood is a bossing belt, generally. If you're mapping, you probably want a Headhunter. Usually. That's a very generic thing to say, but it's true most of the time.
You have experienced no real pain. That will soon change.
I like Mage Blood maps so defensive. I mean, as long as you're running juiced maps, you're a lot tankier in a Headhunter than you are in a Mage Blood. Like a lot. I wonder what this tab looks like now. I mean, that one's starting to go all right. I have no idea how much this tab is worth. Pee-wee Stack could tell me though. Pee-wee Stack could tell me. Show me delirium orbs. Really? Only 4.2 div in this whole tab? Except you do sell at 120%. Still, that's only 5.1 div. That is surprising. Whereas over here, these will sell for 3.2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them already. Halfway through our 7th.
You can never die. Why don't you test it?
You there, local, come here.
This one is captured. I now will take it.
My mana is gone.
And some of the bosses are kind of maps and things, probably, yeah. Nice. Oh yeah, I forgot all the invites that I've gotten. I forgot those are worth money too. Like those are just, every time that happens, there's like 2 div. How much was the bow? 9. I could have bought one that was the same for 7.5, except it wasn't a Marqueth bow. I just really like the extra 10% movement speed. Anytime it's appropriate that I can use a Marqueth bow, I tend to prefer it. Just because I like more movement speed, please. We've done lots of experiments that told me to notify more powerful, causing more maps to drop. We're focusing on... I could see a world where that's true. Max, hang on. Question, the min-max, do you have a method of crafting that helm, or was it just a Path of Building Warrior item? I mean, it's a little bit of a Path of Building Warrior item, but also I don't have a way of crafting those. But crafts like that exist every single league from the same people. So there must be a way. I don't know what that way is. I am not a crafter, but I know that gross, disgusting helmets with like fucking 10 supported by things exist every single league. So there is a way. Like they don't just exist every single league, they exist every single league and the exact same people make them over and over again. Which means there's a way. But I don't know what that way is. What helmet? Like Gazi special helmets, except with minion life for the marionette build.
This is all an illusion.
Na 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 na. I've been playing the marionettes this whole time. They're so good though. Because I know that was it. It's like I forget which one I put in there exactly, but it was like essence to elemental damage, minion life, hypothermia, +2 minions, and I think something else. How do you stay in maps with the boss rush method? Fuck me. Way too well. But before I run out of maces, I will have too many jungle valleys. The +2 is the hard part. Luckily, the +2 is probably the least important part. As long as you can get specters to level 25, it doesn't actually matter. So like just there, I barely cleared, right? But I left with 2 maces. Like I barely even cleared. That one's a shit Gazium. There's usually one more supported buys on there. How much money's in the bank? No idea. I spent it all this morning doing upgrades. So very little right now. But we made a lot of power upgrades. Instead of crit. There's no use for crit. I think we didn't have crit and we had minion life instead, and it was that.
Oh, the weary traveler draws
Original life work with the marionettes. No. They blow up when they reach low life. They never actually get the buff. Sadly. Are we rich? I mean, we spent all our money this morning on upgrades. So we don't have very much raw currency. But we do have a delirium tab filling up real quick today. And then we do have a whole bunch of invites. And then we've also got a whole bunch of these that are worth like 1 to 2 div each. And then we've also got a whole bunch of these that have dropped. So we're doing okay, but I haven't sold today. We're not rich in liquid though.
Are you the fisherman, or are you the bait.
And into tomorrow then. So I'm a little torn. I could just keep doing this and probably have a headhunter by the end of tomorrow. Or I could upgrade to a better strat now that I have damage from today's upgrades. But I would have to invest in that, which means I would spend the money buying all of the juice to then run more investment content. Probably do invest more. It's more fun that way. I mean, I'm definitely going to do both, right? The question is just the order. Like, do I do this for a whole nother day to finish the headhunter? Or do I change farms for tomorrow's stream into a higher investment strat, but then it might take me an extra day to recoup? But the higher investment strat would make more money. It would just be a small delay. But I could also just do this, get the headhunter, and then move on to the higher strat. Or alternatively, we delay the next video by one day. We don't put it out today, we put it out tomorrow. I go play Diablo 3 tomorrow.
The unrighteous will be turned to...
And then we also have a 1 day delay between the next video, and I get 2 days in Diablo 3, and then I come back. That's another option. I just don't think I have time for D3. I'm not as excited about it as I'm excited about other things. Like Last Epoch next month. We're going hard on that. We're done with PoE when Last Epoch launches. And there's so much more I want to do in PoE. There's like fucking 10 different strategies that I can think of to make money. By D3, this is the final season with any new content, and also the final season of balance, like wide sweeping balance changes. So they've done quite a few things different. One, they've done what at least appears on paper to be a pretty good set of balance changes, to the point where almost every set is at least A tier for every character. Like, they've squished all the bad characters and all the bad sets into, like, Max Roll's gonna have to extrapolate their tier list into a much tighter area, because otherwise it would be like everything is A tier or S tier. Those are the only two tiers now. So they're going to have to change that, change how that works. There's no new content, you're right. sort of. They're taking the last, I think, 3 leagues and like 3 of the most popular things, making them all core at once with the whole new balance change. Ugh. Ugh. Welcome to the all shotgun with Nimbus. Yep. And if you stand on top of a mob, yes. And then also all the splits do. Altars back into? Yes. Like, it looks really good. I just don't know if I have like the time really. Okay, this one and this one only, just for something a little bit different, is 110 quant. It's dropped corrupted. So max fast enchant 70. Yup. Have a mirror. Fuck yeah, it's got a mirror.
You are destined to bring ruin to all you touch.
Want to buy purple? Got any purple anywhere? Want to buy purple? Rip. Willing to preview about the building for a sec to I'm right. Theoretically, answer doesn't feel right. Could you just send that to me on Discord? I'll open it up after this fucking juiced map. Still no like sextants or anything. We just decided to do one juiced map because it dropped corrupted in A mod. And so it had like quite a lot of quant on it. And I was like, you know what? I could do that. Who are we are one, but two sides of the same coin. Drink with the sun, we got the left hand. Ooh. Okay. This could take a minute. This could take a minute. Ah. How are you so tanky? Pathfinder shenanigans. I over doubled my damage this morning. Imagine doing this in yesterday's gear. Don't worry, we'll get it. What jewels did I get, etc.? This is one of them. Just triple damage flat. I replaced my corrupting blood jewel with one that at least had something on it, which is 14% damage and 6 damage over time multi. I got this one. I didn't need the res on it, but it's quite a lot of flat. Right? As well as we got into our thing. Unfortunately it's a peak one, not the damage one, but that'll do for now. I got a 3 notable chaos, including the attack speed, and we did the thread upgrade, which got us that node, that node, that node, that node, that node, that node, and that node. No blood notch, don't need it. Look at how tanky I am. Need more damage. If I was after more tank, a Watcher's Eye conversion would give me far more tank than a Blood Notch right now. Like, I'm not 100% taken as. I'd actually get significantly more tanky out of that.
Beauty will grow from your remains. My mana is gone.
I thought about going the Blood Notch route, but like since I plan on getting a headhunter, Blood Notch is very worthless. When you have a headhunter on, Blood Notch doesn't function. Like, it's not worth having with a headhunter. Since that's the plan, I just was like, I won't even bother going into it to begin with. Like, if you're currently wearing a headhunter and a Blood Notch, going for anyone here, if you're currently wearing the Blood Notch tech and you have a headhunter on, you should just get 2 jewels because it's not doing anything. It does nothing. There are 3 different Arch Nemesis mods that stop you from being able to be stunned entirely. And then there's like 6 Arch Nemesis mods that add energy shield to you in large amounts. And anytime you have energy shield, you can't be stunned 50% of the time. You just have 50% stun avoidance naturally by having energy shield. So pretty guaranteed that you've got either energy shield or complete stun immunity from one of the rares, making Blood Notch very bad when you've got a headhunter. Does the rest be stunned? We're not using ranking. Yeah, because your energy shield is over your mana. It's only energy shield over your... Hang on. It's only energy shield over your life that gives you stun avoidance, and only 50%. Energy shield over your mana does not count.
That would only slow me down.
Well, perfect. My inventory is full, but I didn't flip a single item. The story is you're not using my loot filters because I'm pretty sure I have talismans hidden. But talisman was a league way back in the day, basically. Way back in the day. And this is its contribution to the base game, is the talismans went core. For the most part, you don't have to worry about them. Almost nobody uses them ever for anything. Oh, all right, hang on. Oh, the building. $13 million DPS feels like it should be low for this, but let's have a look. So we've got an extra proj, good. Okay, deadly infusion. 1 extra proj, instant. There is no reservation. Good. Very nice. It's almost like you've done this before. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Okay. So kinetic bolt of fragmentation. So if we assume the dying sun is up, that gives you 8 proj, right? Yes. Damn. So you have more DPS than this by a significant margin. Are you feeling like your DPS here is too high or too low compared to what you're doing in game? You should be feeling like it's too low.
My grandfather went into hospital after smothering his back in lard. A day later he was dead. You could say he slipped downhill pretty fast.
Oh my god. I can't kill an Elder Slayer invite rolled. You should have significantly more DPS than this. Because with a count of 8, right? With a count of 8 and Nimbus returning all projectiles, assuming you hit with all projectiles, which you will do if you stand directly on top of the mob, then you actually have 24 returning projectiles, which gives you 32 projectiles total, which should be like 48 million DPS. The problem with Nimbus is you literally need to stand inside the mob you're attacking to do the maximum DPS. Like not in front of, not in melee range of. Like you need to be inside of it. But it should be like 48 mil. I don't see any obvious problems. How are you getting inside of him? Oh, Quartz Flask, permaphasing, yeah. The only thing I can think of is that Nimbus is fucking it. When you attack just standing in your hideout, right? A bunch of projectiles go zig 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 zig, right? Like this happens. When you stand inside of a mob and attack it, presuming all projectiles hit, you shouldn't see it go zig 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 zig. That shouldn't happen. They should go out and in straight lines. Because that's how they'll work when they split. So if we're still seeing zigzags, something is wrong. That means we're not splitting. You should only see the zigzaggy stuff while clearing. You should not see it on a single target. Anytime we see a zigzag pattern, that means that primary projectile didn't hit the target, the main target, so it didn't split. So you don't lose one projectile, you lose 4. Because you lose the one that hits and then the 3 split and then come back. Honestly, you should be looking at 48 million DPS. I don't see the issue. I don't understand why it wouldn't work. You should be looking at 48 million DPS. I mean, like, I see some issues, like, oh, your crit multi's really low, but like, Pierce shouldn't matter. Split happens first. Split happens first, unless... What if the problem is the mark? Hang on, what if the problem is the mark? I wonder if your attacks cost too much. I wonder if you're so low that you're not actually able to mark on hit. Before messing with anything at all, something easy to do to test it is to take the mark on hit off and run another Guardian or whatever, and just manually mark the Guardian before you start attacking it once. And if you find yourself going from, oh, I feel like I've got like 2 million damage to, oh, I feel like I've got like 50 million damage, then we know what the problem is. The problem is mark on hit is not applying because of mana. That's the only thing I can think of. But the easiest way to test that is definitely just to take out the mark on hit, mark it manually, and see if that fixes the problem. If that fixes the problem, then we have to find you a little bit of extra armor, right? There's usually 150 mana. Yeah, but this is Mage Blood with a reduced cost flask. So the mark isn't super expensive this time. It is only 28 mana apparently, but she does only have like 90 mana total and attacks quite fast. And so it's entirely possible that at 6 mana cost, the KB of fragmentation is burning through the mana. Cost for KB goes to 0. I assume we don't want that though, right? Oh, you're not even using inspiration. So that's fine. That is also another solution. I mean, just try the manually marking thing once first, because if that doesn't, if that solves it, then we know mana's the issue, right? That would make KB would cost 0. And you would get that only costing 21 instead as well. That's literally the only thing I can think of looking at this POB. Everything looks great. And you'd way underestimated what I thought your damage should be. I think it should be at 48 mil. So Always 4 moves ahead. Yep, that's the only thing I can come up with. I see nothing else.
Salah.
I see nothing else. I will be back in just a moment.
Excuse me? Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy?
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
Okay. I had to go upstairs and get my food. It's now in the microwave. Yourself and I did it, and you can't take reflex damage while cutting. Am I good? I don't think it does. I haven't actually played that build myself, so I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think you're reflecting ignites, are you? Are you just igniting yourself when you ignite them? Like you're just self-igniting? It's not really a reflect. But even if it was, reflect damage shouldn't be the same as... It should be okay? I'm not sure though.
Time is a veil. You exist in the singular eternity.
Wait, were there chair subs? Did I miss? Oh my god, I missed it. Brandy. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I'm so sorry. Thank you for not treating the players like they are below you. Gentleman scholar. Thank you for taking the time to answer questions. Experience of most people. You're an idiot. It is. Feel welcome. That is such an opposite thing. I appreciate it, and I'm glad you feel that way. I have received the exact opposite feedback to that hundreds of times.
Hello there.
I said it many times, my son wouldn't or get upset. Answering questions is like half of the job. You might tell people they're not just wrong, but fucking wrong, but then you take the time to explain why. Well, I mean, it's important to know when you're wrong. La 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 la, we are. Dun, dun, ba, ba, dun, dun. We don't understand. La 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 la, no windows and drink from the sun.
Are you the fisherman or are you the bait?
Do you think GDG will allow leveling past level 100 in UE1? I hope so, and I also hope it gives you literally nothing. I would like for the experience required to go from 99 to 100 to be the same experience required to go from 100 to 101, but I want it to do nothing. I don't want you to get a single point of stat or health or passive or anything. I just want like the number to keep going up. I just want the number to keep going up. Ooh, Ada streamlined. Server scaling XP penalty. 1% less XP per. I'd rather than an XP penalty, I'd rather have it require more XP. Like you could make it harder and harder and harder. You could make it like Scarab Orb is money. You go into the pile. You could make it so that it was like it takes 10% more XP. But then the next level takes 10% more, and then the next one takes 10% more, and then the next one takes 10% more, and then the next one takes 10% more, and just have it like keep going. Yo, woke multi. We can multi as 88 div now, apparently. Crazy level 200 on 24/7. But that's the thing. I would like to see the number keep going up. I would love to see the progression keep happening. Even again, no power, no passive points, no extra point of life, no nothing. All character scaling still stop at 100. Just a number that keeps going up. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. We've got 7 of these so far. Now there are plenty of these selling for 3 div, even 2.8 div. I'm confident people are going to pay 3.2. I might just need to get 10 before somebody buys them all. But I'm confident somebody will buy them all. Oh, hang on, my food's in the microwave. in another 2 minutes.
Everyone you have slain had a life, had a family. Your turn will come one day.
My mana is gone.
La, 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 la. I wonder how much greater embers are. $40 to a div? It's not bad. Considering I just got 12 of them from that one map. We have a problem with jungle valleys. I have too many jungle valleys. Despite only having one favorite slot on Jungle Valley. It's an issue. I'm actually gonna have to sell Jungle Valleys. Like, I can't run them all. Because what I want to be running is Mesa. I don't want to be running Jungle Valley. I want to run Mesa.
No one knows your name. No one but me.
Pruning a branch can save a tree.
sell jungle valleys, buy more maces. It's actually really not the worst plan, to be honest. Umadaka needs minion damage. Are they based on their maximum life when they explode? Yes, they are based on their maximum life when they explode, but it's still, even that explode that's based on their life pool is still minion damage. We don't use the minion damage support because it comes with a less life multiplier, so it sort of counters itself. But we can still use minion damage at the same time. I keep forgetting to do this. We'll do this first. And I need to go block this league with. Nice. That is a nice shield. That is actually a very nice shield. Do I need this? Yes. Damn. Need that too. I did what BalorMage suggested we not do. Dumped 150 divs into Dark Marionette build and I fucking love it. Good. As long as you're having fun. I think that build's fucking great. On the two sides of the same coin, drink from the sun. Oh my god, 18 fine delirium orbs. 1 to 5. When you have enough of them, it's 1 div for 5. Skittering is 1 to 3. Holy balls. Still working on an aggressive one. It just will it will not survive the annuls. Are you trying to fracture it? So you've got to like annul down to 4 and then fracture. Atlas command up to date. It is. You know, no, sorry, from melee slash to awaken melee slash as well while using bomb first. Go over. It converts physical, so it should. Isn't the difference between melee? Wait. Yeah, it should change. I don't know why it doesn't. Peaches! Oh my god. I definitely forgot to like text you and go around your house this week like I promised I definitely would remember. We ever played Dead by Daylight? No. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, you just forgot about it too. Honestly, if there's one single person in my entire life that I do not have anxiety and shame about when I forget that they exist and don't remember to call them, it's Peaches. She will also forget that I exist and also forget to call me for any extended period of time. And then when we both get around to it, we'll be fine and no one has to apologize. It's fucking great. I ran my first map with an actual strategy I was planning to run, immediately learned one thing: I'm going to need a stricter filter. Here's my suggestion, already dead NZ. You have the loose filter you've already got. You run the entire map, don't bother picking anything up off the floor. However much it is, don't bother. Just leave it all. Press Z to hide loot, clear the whole thing. Take extra time to make sure it's like 100% clear. Then start working on tightening up your loot filter based on what's on the floor. Right? You're like, I don't want to see those, I don't want to see those, I don't want to see those, too many, too many, too many, too many, too many, and you just get through and you turn shit off until it looks good in the map you're in. Dead by Daylight's that one with like they like run away from a murderer or something. Get hung on hooks. Yeah, I've seen clips of that. It doesn't look fun at all. It's not. I'll tell you what I would love to play with you and your husband and potentially one or two more people, but specific people who are fun. I don't know what the game's called. If you don't know it, chat will help me. You've seen it all over TikTok. It's like a 2D side scroller style game and it's full of puzzles, but they're puzzles where you have to work together and you absolutely 100% troll each other all of the time. Some of them will be like you're attached by like rope, little stretchy rope, and you have to like hang somebody down as three of you walk across the top and you like swing somebody from the rope below you to like collect a key, or No, it's horrendously bad, but also hilarious with the right people. Both you and your husband, the right people, 100% the right people. Hilarious. It would actually be fantastic. It would be so good I would do it on stream. Yes, it is the one with all of the different colored ones. I don't even know what it's called because I've just seen it a bunch on TikTok. It's fucking hilarious. New Park. I've never actually like seen or played the game, so I wouldn't know it even if you got it right. Pico Park. Yeah, that's the one. That's 100% the one. Yeah, it looks really fun. Like, it's very simple. It looks like this. It's very much just like a little 2D side scroller. But like, see this image right here? This is in their team. They had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, right? And so they had to like hang off the edge to grab this key to be able to open the door, but everyone's attached by a rope. So if a third person falls off the edge, the weight pulls everybody off and you all die. So you've got to like carefully drop 2 people off the edge and everyone has to work together. But it's like that everywhere. It's like that everywhere, and it is just a game full of opportunities to troll your friends. Like, it looks great. My daughter asked if we could sell my son to the circus because he could jump over cannonballs. I mean, I have one. Yeah, that's right. That sounds right. A good Lego game, I think. I think so too. That's why I suggested it. I paid 9 div for my bow. I could have got the same DPS bow for about 7.5 on a different base, but I really wanted the 10% movement speed from the Marqueth, so I went with that. I fucking love spaghetti bolognese so much. First person to agree to cook spaghetti bolognese for me every week is getting a marriage proposal. Low standards. should give me a visa first. I love making that, but you ain't my type. That's not fair. I'm everybody's type. Oh shit. Had a bit of a cough there. Did you see my last message? Yes. Yes. That you don't know what was wrong with it, but whatever it is not wrong with it anymore. I'm also everybody's type O negative, baby. Nice. Speaking of everybody's type, I only found out maybe a year or two ago that it isn't normal for everybody to be attracted to every single one of their friends. I thought that was just a thing that everyone had. I'm yet to figure out what the name is. I just thought that was a thing. I just thought that's how everybody was. It's called gay. Most of my friends have been girls. Not all, but most. Certainly like 70% at least. Episodes was worth it there. I thought it was normal until a few years ago. I was talking to someone and they were like, no, I'm not attracted to them at all. I'm like, aren't you friends? Well, you still gotta be a little attracted to them. It turns out, no. You actually don't have to be a little bit attracted to your friends. But I have been to every friend I've ever had. The better friends we get, the more attractive you become. I just thought that was normal. It is actually not normal. Turns out. Why am I clearing this map? So that one, hyper pansexual, that showed up when I was looking up what it was, but that doesn't suit either, because it's not like I'm not attracted to people at sight as well. Like I can just see hot people and be attracted to them, whereas the hyper pan thing was, the way I read it was that the only people you would be attracted to would also be friends. I'm attracted to people who just walk by. I find people hot. I've banged people I just met. I don't need to have an emotional connection. We can just have a physical connection. That's fine. I'm comfortable with that. But also, if we're friends, I probably think you're a little bit attractive. At least a little bit.
Starting to sound a bit thirsty. Let's hear this out. I mean, I don't know if thirsty's the right word. Because it's been like this my entire life.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
And I mean, let's just say right now is the greatest dry streak I've ever had in my life. It's been like 6 or 8 months or something in that vicinity. Also, Shadow Map, thank you for the 15-month resub. When you have a partner, do they know you're still attracted to all of your friends? Yes, absolutely, of course. And if that bothered them, would you stop dating them? If it bothers them enough to stop dating me? Why would I break up with you because I'm attracted to all of my friends? Being attracted to people and hitting on them is two different things. I don't hit on all my friends. I don't sleep with all of my friends. I don't sleep with other people if I'm in a committed relationship unless that's discussed. I don't think those are related things. You're not only are you allowed to find other people attractive when you're in a relationship, it would be a little bit weird if you didn't. Not unheard of, but definitely a little weird. Come on, drop on the floor. He's just saying everything we think out loud. That's the difference. That has always been a thing for me. I will say the quiet part out loud consistently. Sometimes with very poor timing. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes it's fantastic timing. Sometimes it's fantastic timing. Sometimes it's poor. Sometimes it's not called for timing. That is super true. What, that I always say the quiet part out loud? I don't know if people really believe me when I tell them I don't have secrets or shame. The only things that I don't tell stream in front of hundreds of people is when it's other people's secret or other people's business that I don't have permission to share. Like, it's anything about me, it's open fucking book.
What? 3 of you! Fucking thirsty pieces of shit. I like 5.2 inches. I may have measured. Not around. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus. You wouldn't be able to walk. Wait, you measure in inches? I mean, some things just make sense to measure in inches. Right? 13 around, 5 long. Oh my god, that would be horrendous. Why is it when you tell people, ask me any question you like, they default to penis questions? You could ask anything. But you go green light, ask anything, and then half of chat is penis. Like, definitely not all guys. I asked a non-penis question and got ignored. That wasn't a question, that was a request.
You there, local, hungry.
So Private, he wouldn't give me his credit card info. I mean, first of all, you're not going to get a lot of money out of me. I'm not really what you'd call very well off anymore. Out of context reclass for just that 5-second clip of Bella going penis. Why am I clearing again? Okay, that bit didn't need to be clipped. Should have said 6.2. That would have been a lie though. Always lie to chat, we can't check. Oh, but you can, because my memory is so bad that if I make up a lie, the next time you ask me that question, I won't remember how it was that I lied last time. And so if I'm like committed to lying about a thing, then the lie will be different the second time. Then suddenly you ask the same question 3 times, 3 separate times, and get 3 separate answers. Now you know I'm lying.
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt. This one is captured. I now will take it.
Sure, whatever.
Survivor, you are well prepared for the end. This is a fine capture.
Cotton gear matter when opening chests? No, not chests or strongbox or anything with a reward tile on it. He's not committed. I believe the lie I dream about it becomes real in my mind. Long silver. What a name. What a name to come in right now. Account created 2023. That is not a new account. That is not a new account. That's made even better by the fact that that person didn't just make that account because of that story right now to have the name in chat. That's legitimately their name. That's even better.
From inside out.
Rip. Okay, let's see. How do
I look for jungle valleys in bulk? Go over here. Go to maps. Jungle Valley. What if I want to buy at least, let's say, 20 of them? TFT is used for bulk selling like corrupted maps and whatnot, but not for, usually not for like bulk unrolled maps. TFT does normals as well? Wait, really? See a lot of people buying 8 mod corrupted. You want Y maps or say free maps of a ton? No, I want to sell them. I mean, he says how much? Well, I'm trying to work it out because it looks like on trade, it looks like you can just sell. Well, you can buy 25 to a divine, but I don't want to buy. I want to sell, but I'm hoping to just sell right now. Non-corrupted mirrored lots. 3 divines for 60 maps. Yeah, but I'm looking to sell. Honestly, we'll just do it this way. Wait, what channel is that in? Oh, there's a whole nother channel. That's bulk maps want to sell. Where's the bulk maps want to buy? Looking bulk want to buy. Maps. Oh, that guy wants tier 11s. You're not good enough to sell to? You most certainly are. What I'm trying to figure out is what, at least what the price is. But these are just the same map over and over again. Just jungle valleys.
Like, do you want to buy Jungle Valleys? Literally 3 div for 60 maps. That's so... Someone else is paying 4 div for 60 maps? What the fuck? Where? Burial chambers. Nah, I'll just go 3 for 60. If you want them. How many inventory slots are there? 60? Look at this. Hope your inventory is empty. I've nearly got enough. I've nearly got enough to do that again. So many maps. Cool. Yo, 8 mod maps are popping off apparently, according to these things. Looks like you could just generate 8 mod maps and make tons of money. People are selling regex 8 mod maps for 100 to 150 C a map. That's crazy. That's crazy. Maybe a fan of Harvest. What do you think? Nice. How do you sell maps? Depends. So there's TFT, which is what I was just looking at, which is down here under, well, bulk want to buy, and I was just looking for somebody who wanted to buy those maps. But there's also bulk want to sell that you can sell in. But once you work out the price, you absolutely don't even have to do that. We could just do, say, you can just right click on my Jungle Valley tab, for instance, and I can just say public, exact price on all items, say it's a divine orb, and then just say 60 per 3. No, 3 per 60. Hang on. That way. 3 divine orbs for 60 maps, and then it'll just be listed. $63 is correct? Is it 63? No. No, it's 360, right? Yeah. As soon as I wrote it in, I was like, no, that's wrong. Hang on.
the server's worth having screen changed. Do you want me to fix that right now? Or are you good? Look at the name of that tab. M. Selling tab. What tab? Okay. This is not necessarily for other people. Use it at your own risk. And also, if you can't figure out how to use it, you shouldn't be using it. I didn't actually price them. Uniques. What about this as well? Diala's is only 90C anyway. Probably get rid of both of them. How do you feel about this? Badge of the Brotherhood. Out they go. Return to your original tiers, buddy. Oh, except you might have gone to... What doesn't matter, multis are off. Turn off because I want to see the divine drop. Yeah, me too. That's why it's staying there. Also, like the bad roll defiance are 100C, but the rolls matter like a lot. Like the defiance can be like 7 div, right? And they're just really cool to ID. How do you feel about div cards? You want a corrupt area, right? Add a rule. Add in. Corrupt bases. Okay, Aegis Aurora is... what's its base? Fuck. Cultist Vestments is Shavs. Corrupted. Champion Kite Shield. Think anything else you wanna... corrupt? The other shield? The power charge one? Oh, nah, that's way too common. I'm not turning that on. You'll be picking up 70 of them a map. Nope. Fourth Vow could go back on. It's pretty rare and it's very cool to corrupt. I could put 7 league steps on if you like corrupting those too. That's probably enough. I don't want to add too many things at once in case it gets overwhelming.
Oh, quant boots are better than those. Sedima's gold worm boots. Yeah, all right. Gold worm. Nope, not gold worm. Numbuck something or other. Actually, they're Numbuck boots. Yep. Actually, look, I'll turn them on if you say go at this point, but I promise you're having 40 or 50 of them a map. There's too many. I know I love them. Okay, cool. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this look for the corrupted ones, except then we're going to make it more transparent. I'm going to make the border red and we're going to hide them like this, so they don't take up a lot of space or make any noise or beam. Is that all right? It's not quite unique looking enough, is it? I think I do that from here instead. Make them smaller. Make that a little bit more transparent. Yeah, that's better. That's better. And no noise, no beam. Something like that. Running your filters in the Giga MF ready. This is a filter I made for Woberg's current MF strategy. Worm. It is available if you can figure out how to use it, but use it at your own risk, and it's not built for the public. It's built for what Woberg wants to do. So that means there are things turned on that if I was building a filter for everyone, I wouldn't have left on, like stacks of 20 alterations. I would turn those off if I was building like a proper efficient filter. But also Ringo Burr. Ringo Burr. So, Ringo Burr. so like, done, but I suspect you come back in 15 minutes and go, nope, too many boots, please turn them off. I've changed my mind. For the last few days, I love hunting for the 20% and then watching them not corrupted anything. Okay. That's why I didn't advertise that as like an MF filter though. Like, right, there's some shit left on that I would never turn on. But except that here's the problem. I say I would never turn it on, and what I mean is I would never turn it on while making an MF filter to be efficient for other people, but I would absolutely leave them on myself too, because Ringo Burr. That ring is the most pay to lose MTX I have ever got. Ever. Because for sure I'm leaving stacks of 20 alts on because I want the number to keep going up. Like if I'm doing MF this league, I'm not turning off baby currency until I get 100,000 of it. Give me 100,000 alterations first, and then I'll turn them off. Will be the best corruption on those? Depends on the build. suppression is really, really good, and movement speed is really, really good. +2 to AoE is pretty good as well, because you can put auras in there. So like it depends on what the person wants, but yep, life while moving, pretty good as well. I need to change the predictive. I feel like my strategy is breaking the server. So the first thing to do is turn off combat sounds. If you've already done that, the next thing to do is change onto predictive. And if that doesn't solve it as well, then you need to do some loot filter stuff. Specifically, there's a few things in the loot filter that very greatly do affect your FPS in super juiced maps. One is minimizing all of the background stuff. The stuff that's hidden, it gets drawn anyway. So bringing it to minimum size actually makes performance significantly better. And beams. Beams take a lot of performance, especially when there's several hundred of them. So start being way more picky about what gets a beam specifically. How do you turn off just combat sounds? All right, so go here, click this button. It'll open this thing up. Look for production config.ini. Right. Edit, preferably with Notepad++ if you're a good human. Right. Otherwise, just Notepad is fine. And then close the PoE client. Very important. Close the PoE client. And then go to this line here that says sound effect volume 2 equals. It'll be under the heading sound. And then we change that to the word false. Not 0, to the word false. And then we save it, close it, and relaunch PoE.
Still sane, exile.
That is your first port of call when you start having like lag problems with juiced maps. The first thing you do, turn off combat sounds that way. The reason we do it that way and not in the client is when you turn your sounds all the way down to 0 in the client, it still plays them. It still has the exact same effect on your system. It just plays them at 0 volume. So it still looks for the sound file, loads it in, and plays it just at 0 volume. So you have to actually turn it to false in the config.ini to get it to not play so that it doesn't cause problems. And breach and things were not going well. Yep. So that's the first step. And then you get better again by turning it on to predictive. And that's usually enough for most people. You usually don't have to do the loop filter things, but those are like the last step to try and get it a little better.
You are greater than a god, untouchable.
What are the combat sounds anyway? All combat sounds. The sound of you attacking, shatters, volatiles, those sort of things. Laggy, more laggy than should MF. It goes one step further than that too. If your tornado shot MF is still too laggy, you can actually go alt ailments, specifically because none of those ailments have a damage calculation. And when you're on regular ailments, you're still doing ignites, which are just as big of a problem as poison is. But if you put on one of those alt ailment jewels, you lose the ability to freeze things, but none of those ailments have damage calculations, and it like halves the amount of stress on the server for when you get to super juice. Trippy shirt. I don't think it's that trippy. Wearing a Cosby sweater.
You will be captured.
I like it, but I don't think it's that trippy. Oh. Oh, I'm special. Oh, I'm special.
Hello there.
More skittering deli orbs.
You've already done this before. You are caught in a loop.
Woke sextons though. So many. More. More. Give them to me. Yeah, more. No? Okay, fine.
My mana is gone.
many of those am I about to have? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Time is a veil. You exist in the singular eternity.
Because I did a whole bunch of bossing, I'm like tempted to run 8 bosses, but I know what happens when I run 8 bosses. I get 8 pairs of shit boots. That's what happens. $4 refrigerators, the cooler choice. Hey, learned something from the private league after all. 8 shit pairs of boots. And no money. I'm not sure, that's just simulacrums. You're a div each. Surely mirror farming Tropical Island is a thing that people could be doing as well.
The single round challenger returns.
What's up, good guys? Fridge used it for something else. I am currently listening to Hilltop Hoods. My Tropical Island, it's long and linear. So that's not the only reason. Strand is also long and linear, and you could do it on Strand too. But the bigger difference is because it has 3 different phases, it is quite often, hang on. This is where I want that tablet, guys. I want that fucking tablet. So like you can run like Strand or Breach and they end up looking something like this, right? Like a chode. I'm real tempted to like draw a thing on it. Anyway, like bosses. Usually, what is it? Strand is like that, right? Or they're sometimes like this. Right? There's the portal. Whereas when you run Tropical Island, it's like this. Right? And here's the thing. The amount of juice that you actually get, the amount of splinters you actually get, isn't worried about how far you've traveled on the ground. It worries about how far your actual in-game distance is away from the mirror. So when you run a Strand, you get this one long thing. What's one long map? When you run Tropical Island, you get this map, which is like not as long as the others, but then it jumps to here, which is way further away. And then you run that, and then it jumps to here, which is way further away, and then you run all of that. So if you run Tropical Island right, you get more than a full simulacrum every single run. Whereas if you run Strand or Breach or any of the other like linear layouts, you end up on a good run getting like 200 splinters because it doesn't have that separation in it.
What will be the straw that finally breaks you? I will find it.
What's a good mechanic to mix with strong boxes that is not Legion? Deli and... Oh. How many? One. I even wasted my time. I even wasted my time. One. Look around once again. Next weekend, let me drink again. Your video is explaining poison. My brain is clearly not getting it. No. Not to my knowledge. Good mechanic to mix with strong boxes that is not Legion. Deli and, I don't know, essences? If your build can take them. For MF, ghosts. I mean, abyss. And Chieftain, so shit, single target. Beyond is amazing for Chieftain because you ignite Prolif and it ignites from the corpses that are on the ground and kills the Beyond that's left behind. And the voices drop in daily maps or just in Sims? Just in Sims.
You will never get that which you seek.
You will never get a voices in a daily map. How do I sell a mirror without getting scammed? use like headhunters and mage bloods and shit like that as collateral to fit in an inventory. Or Hinekari's locks, or you take something, you take an item worth significantly more than the divine stacks that it would take, and you just hold on to that item for a second while they trade you the second thing full of divines, and then you give it back during the second trade, right? We got a bunch of rounds once again next weekend. Bail me out drunk again. Mirror, and then you just buy your mage blood back. Well, if you're the one selling a mirror, you just take an inventory full of div plus a belt or two, or however much you need to fit in, or a few Hinekari's locks, or like something else. And it can be over the value, it's fine, you don't care. That would be on them to care about that. But the idea is you will immediately in the second trade give them back their items that were collateral, right? A bit of muted luck for those over here now. Oh well, hello.
My mana is gone.
Don't know where to go, it's like down the hard road. Like don't take rares unless you really know the value. Yeah, I tend to stick to things like headhunters, mage bloods, Hinekari's locks, just because those have a worth, a proper solid known value. What else can I take for even more damage or even more speed? I mean, these are like 3% movement speed nodes, but that feels pretty shit. Oh. The answer's a jewel, but one more passive for that. Well, not really. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, the TFT trade extension doesn't have history. Oh. Oh, but I had a trade earlier today that I closed that I could open again. God, it fucking hurts to look up there for long. Nah, don't worry about it then. Just fucking... Take that node. And start going back in here. More multi. More multi. Multi's great. Time comes out. I do miss them though. Yeah, I always miss them when they go away. Nothing. Just a nothing game. All right. So Eduardo the MFer, level 100, has been sent to the void.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of its life.
Looking for a whole bunch of maps in the private league. Yo. Hang on. I never did this. Have every map. I wish I had more than one of most of these maps, but still, every map. Just a quick infusion of maps for anybody left in the private league. I'll put every decent map I have in here. Holy shit, I have so many different maps. There's still 100 left in here. You also have all the Ventus. You want them? Does somebody want them? I'll just grab all the Ventus and give them to you. You don't need to pick them all. I'll grab everyone. Okay, we put about 250 maps into the guild bank. I don't know if any of them were the maps the guy in general chat was asking for, but they're all in there now. Except these. Are they disappearing anytime soon? Nope, not as long as there's anybody still in it. As people still want to keep playing in it, it'll keep extending. All these boss maps too. Congo is, I don't even know who that is. What is that? Is it a movie? Is it a person? I don't even know. Look at all them boss maps. The best D3 player in the world. Never even heard of him. I hope somebody still playing the private league would like to go bossing. Turns out I had a lot of those. Whew. I mean, you didn't even run them. I ran a whole bunch. I was just consistently dropping more than I ran. Like every guardian I ran would give me 1.5 guardians back on average. Just because of what I was doing. So you gave me a bunch and then I just kept growing them as I ran them. I was like, this is a thing that's happening. There's some sextants, some annuls, some chaos, some veiled chaos orbs. Somebody will use them. Somebody will use them. 'Cause, 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 'cause
Casual for corrupted uniques. Nothing out night. Night. Don't really need anything from there. Alright, that'll do. Alright, quick influx of just generic shit for the private league straight out of my stash. If it did good for Poison SRS, I'd have nothing. I had a bunch of stuff, but it's all going in there now. We're using the subscribed ultimatums. I'm probably not returning to the private league. I might need some at some point, but I'll have to buy them. There you go. They're all in there too. Okay. And now Ventors. Oh wow, I had a ton of Ventors. Wow. A ton's a stretch. So we can grab stuff for people. Every tab is public. Everyone can grab stuff for people. The only tab that isn't public is this one. That's literally all the rest of them are open. Scarabs is not. Oh. Scarabs are not open? Yes, they are. I don't even think you can see Wonderland. No one can see that except me. I mean, I can make it public. I got rid of that tab because too many people complained about convenience. And I got sick of dealing with it, so I just turned it off. Do we want to make Lock and Key public now? We could. Trash Vendors is locked? No, it's not.
There you go. Everything is now open. What do any of us take from it? It's fucking public. I don't know what to tell you. It's public. Try again. Use stickier fingers. I don't know. I logged and it works now. Okay. And we could better utilize the league mechanic without getting freeze lag. What content? Like, what are you running? I just realized that I've been listening to the same song on repeat for about an hour and a half. And I only just realized. I thought I selected a playlist. I mustn't have. I must have just selected a song. Now, to be fair, great song. But an hour of the same song is still... It's, Hard Road from the Restrung album. I just wanted to listen to the whole album, not just a song. But I must have it turns out I selected just a song. Just an individual song.
You will be remembered as a traitor and a tyrant. You will be captured.
Stupid beast. Back into the jungle valleys. Time to replace some maces. You definitely make a lot more money in Mesa than Jungle Valley, but you also barely have to run Jungle Valley. You run like 20 or 30 Jungle Valleys and it maxes out your inventory full of maces, and then you run maces for like 6 hours and have to sell a bunch of Jungle Valleys because you get way too many. Was the Atlas using? Exclamation mark Atlas. There is a planner with my current exact tree. You can remove maps that drops traditional raw currency. Sure, you can. But you can also sell the maps for significantly more than their added currency. So you're better off just selling the maps. Normal. You know what? There. So even MFing, selling the maps, will make you significantly more money, but there's a point at which you make so much money that the idea of selling maps is unfathomable. You're just like, nah, fuck that nonsense. Started selling the maps and the invitations, and delirium orbs. Maps, invitations, delirium orbs. Getting quite a few of those. So the biggest trick to this strat is that it's literally zero investment. It's a starter strat to get a good character built and a good amount of like seed currency to start doing some sort of investment juicing. Right? Because this is nothing. I'm not even running. I mean, I just pulled out some rare maps just for fun to see if it was any different, but I'm literally not even alking maps. Like I'm not even alking my maps. Like they're nothing maps. Anybody can do them. And if you look at like, even just this tab is insane. Like that's my Delirium Orb tab. That's just from today, right? Because I sold everything, so this is just today's Delirium Orbs. I had sold everything this morning and I was down to, I think I was at 400 Chaos and 3 Divines. And my PoE stack said I was worth 10 Divines this morning. Because I upgraded my character largely, right? Also, morning He-Hulk. Like I spent it all upgrading the character. So my PoE stack said I was worth 10 Divines this morning. So this won't be counted. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those at 3.1 Divines apiece. So there's 20. We'll just round that to 22. So there's 22 Divines there. Just there. Plus a few other things for sale, but don't worry about it. Let's not worry about them. We'll say 22 plus, let's see what I've got. I'm back up to 56 Divines worth in just my Deli Orb, card, Essence, Currency, and Fragment tab. Those are the only ones I'm counting. So there's 56 Divines worth of shit here. Just from today. That's half a headhunter today in zero investment strats. Zero, like white maps. Right? Like literally not even alking our maps. Was that, hang on. Is that wrong? Hang on. Did it not grab a new one? Let me check. Control Shift N. Nope. Control Shift T. Control Shift T. There we go. How do you make it take a new one then? Load 5 tabs? Is this what you do? Ah, right. You have to press the load button. Sorry. 77 Divines. My bad. And that's not counting those invites. I apologize. These are zero investment maps. That's a headhunter, by the way. You could sell everything and buy a headhunter. I'll finish up the day farming. I'm gonna need a tiny bit of changing of gear as well to put a headhunter on. So I'll just keep farming. We'll finish up the day and get a headhunter probably. But yeah, these are zero investment, and I mean literally zero. Like, this isn't Grim and Go. Grim and Go is when you like chisel and roll your maps and maybe just have like one sextant. That's like minimal investment. This is like negative investment. Like, I'm literally running white maps all day. They're not even alked maps. Like nothing. Not only that, the strategy over sustains the fuck out of its own maps. Like you can't, I don't even clear the maces. Like these ones I clear ish, but the maces I don't even clear. I mostly just like run to the boss and kill it and then leave. And that's it. These ones are sort of clear because I am after more maces, because I don't really want to be in Jungle Valley, right? I want to be in Mesa. So I clear these to try and get some maces back, but this is like the slow period. So that's basically a headhunter in one day with absolutely zero investment. That's crazy, right? Absolutely zero investment. No currency spent on my maps at all. Be real, you crazy the press and crazy this is that low. All right, but a headhunter is normally only 200, so that would be half a headhunter in a day with zero investment. Zero. Like literally nothing. And these maps are so easy that your League Start character can do them. Like there's nothing here. Right, but we're in this league. So, you know. This is what you're saying, Rage, is leading right back to the point we were making earlier today, which is that the MF economy is good for everyone. When MFing is good, everybody can make money. You don't have to be doing MF. You, as a non-MF lover person, you actively want MF to be the meta because it makes everything else better. If you don't like MFing, you still want an MF meta because that makes your farms worth more. Like people, the anti-MF people who are like, I wish MF didn't exist, are literally like shooting themselves in the foot. They just don't understand that that's what they're trying to do. Right? That's what's really happening. They're shooting themselves in the foot and they just don't understand that that's what they're trying to do. And they just inflate all currencies. Sort of. Some. Yes.
No one but me.
Some. And devalues some uniques, but then also highly raises the value of other things. Specifically, things that don't drop from MF. So in this instance, delirium orbs and invites are the big ticket items. Right? So I'm doing literally zero investment strats that self-sustains and over-sustains maps, building 100 divines in a day, or 77 divines in a day, I guess, with absolute zero investment. No, 100, right? Because it's 77, but that doesn't count my invites. And I've got like 20 of those and I'm not done with the day yet. So 100 divines in a day with literal 0 investment. For a 0 investment strat, that's still like 10 div an hour compared to MF. That's low, sure. But this is a nothing investment strat that any character can do, right? This is a nothing investment strat. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy. Over that, already have it. I mean, I didn't like keep a spreadsheet or anything, so I don't really have any like data to show people. Like, I've got the snapshot from yesterday's video, but that was when I had 50 div, which I then sold and bought all of this character's upgrades for, and then started this farm today with nothing. So I didn't keep a spreadsheet or data, so I can't really make a good video about it specifically. I will go over my strat in the next video that comes out.
You will die alone and afraid.
Would Bog and City Square not be better for this? I don't know about better. But it's certainly, it'll be fine if you want to do it that way. Kind of map layout is Bog. Not great, but not the worst. It's like a mid-tier layout. But then City Square has 3 bosses, so it can drop more things. So like City Square is better than Mesa, but Bog is worse than Jungle Valley. So Bog's boss is better than Jungle Valley. Yeah, but you're not even supposed to touch the boss when you're here. I should be doing this. Do you do path building reviews and that sort of thing? I mean, sometimes randomly, but not like as a thing. Also, Ultra Instinct. Nice name.
Greater than a god, untouchable.
Ah! I wasn't meant to click here. Try and kill the boss as well. Fund invitations around 2 div now. Yeah, but you don't really spend very much time in Jungle Valley. I spent about an hour in Jungle Valley, and then I spent about 6 hours in Mesa. And you will burn through 3 times as many mesas as you do Jungle Valleys. So we shouldn't really be doing the boss in Jungle Valley, because the idea is to get our Mesa maps and get the fuck out. We don't want to be here. We want to be in Mesa, where we do kill the boss.
Like maces are like 20 to 40 seconds a map, and in here they're like 2 minutes a map. But that's because it's a different map, right? We're clearing here to get map returns and whatnot, and we're not clearing maces. Kind of solid swag. Ultra Instinct is actually a Dragon Ball Z thing, which is what I thought you were referencing.
This is all.
Oh, okay. We keep hitting deli orbs. Oh dear, what a shame. The only thing that I need to do is pay attention when I get the deli orb and end it when I get to here. 5 rewards when it ticks up to 3 tiles. Because it's just slowing us down to go further than that. Right, we don't need that. Then we can just really quickly clear roughly the rest of the map. If we hit like a pog as fuck altar, we would clear better. But we're just after maces, that's all. All we're here for is maces. Nail polish. It's a little overgrown now. It's about time to get them redone. Ran 2 jungle valleys and got 6 maces. Yeah, it happens super often. So this one, I happened to just hit like a bunch of really good altars. So this time I just take a little bit longer here. Picking up a bunch of woke sextants and grand embers and those things. So we happen to hit great altars, so we're gonna do that. Don't usually end up clearing like that, but hey, we'll take more maces as well. The other thing that'll make me clear my jungle valleys more is if I get duplicate map altars. Duplicate map altars and pog in here. I walked out of one of these earlier today with like 14 maces in my inventory and was like, yeah, that'll do it. Still don't need to kill the boss though.
So like even just that one map, zero investment still, right? There's 140 chaos worth of grand Eldritch Acres. There's another 22 chaos worth of sextants. 2 maps, 9 chaos worth of chisels, 1 fortunate card. Like, there's no investment in these maps, man. I'm not even doing the league mechanic.
Everyone you have slain.
Like, is nothing.
Family. Your turn will come one day.
This is such an insane amount of money to make for literally nothing. I'm also level 96, which is insane. Somehow this is good XP. I don't know. There's 4 incubators, not incubators, 4 delirium orbs there. Okay, sure. Literally don't have juice here, by the way. Cause I won't beat you to the punch or punch you to the beach. Don't get offended by the rubbish that we pump in the street. My foot's always in my mouth. I just can't stomach defeat. I'm gonna reset my hideout. What's your problem that you're having? Hey, Hulk? Not dropping maps. Alright, it's not linked to your hideout anymore. That'll do nothing. Clear off your favorite slots, reselect them, and reselect them the slow way. Like the slow way, like this. Did that? Are you running singular focus?
They are out to get you.
My mana is gone.
Wandering Path. Wandering Path can be singular focus. It can also not be. Is this Trade League or Solo Self-Found? This is Trade League.
cool wind. Blessing.
You are rotting from inside out.
Come on now, don't got all day.
My mana is gone.
Any notable meta for Delhi? Orb farming. Okay, use Delhi to my... It depends on what you mean by Delhi Orb farming. So if you're doing a specific Delhi Orb farm strat to maximize orbs, yeah, they matter. But like what I'm doing, where you just throw in a little bit and you get some delirium like on 50% of your maps and you drop like quite a few orbs still, nah, doesn't matter. This is the immortal build? No, but it's quite tanky. Ooh, rough. So like in this instance, all I've got is chance to spawn nodes, because I can't even take notables, right? Chance to spawn gives me somewhere around 50%. And I've got this, which I'm going to be honest, I don't think I need those two. For the splinter size, they're pretty irrelevant, I think. But this side's really good. Delirious monster kills provides 10% increased reward, 20% increased reward, 20% increased reward. And then the trick is to try and get to a minimum of 4 stacks and a maximum of 5. So when I say that, I mean the first stack that shows up behind my little tip bar.
Feeling okay?
That first stack that you can barely even see the top of. Right? It's now at 1. It's now at 2. It's about to fill up again. It's now at 3 and the 4th one shows up. So you want to try and get to 4-ish as a minimum. And if I'm running maces and I hit 4, I just end it. Since I'm going to farm the rest of this map anyway, just hit 4, that's it. Since I'm going to farm the rest of this map anyway, I just leave it on until I hit 5. And then you just hit end. 5 stacks gives you the 3rd reward tile, so that's really nice, but it honestly it takes too long to get in maces. So I just end at 4. So there it is at 5. I press the end button. Sometimes Delhi orbs drop on the ground, sometimes they don't. It's just like a secondary extra thing, not a main focus. By stop slows down too much. The more juice you've got in the Delhi, the harder the mobs are to kill.
We're just here to get maces. We just want some delirium orbs. Don't need to worry about making it hard. How many more? 12 more, but 24. So 16 more. Atlas tree link, exclamation mark Atlas. I'm sure it'll be fine. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How many did I say I needed? 16. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Done? That's me. Want to see something funny I found? Sure. So we ran out of maces. We then ran 12 jungle valleys. We now have 30 maces. What the fuck is that? Who's writing a novella? Is that on yours or mine? Oh, it's not from YouTube. Okay. Jesus. Behold, random ass dropped to city square. Nice.
You'll experience no real pain. That will soon change.
Mode. I should have ended this delirium already. I just forgot. There's 7 different charms. I'm not even in red maps yet. Yep. With a 6% chance to evade while using Grace Watch's eyes are worth 5 div. I mean, I have no fucking idea. I would have assumed that that was a dud mod when it came to Watcher's Eye, to be honest.
darkness before you are caught in a loop.
Now I just want to buy my last word soon. I'll take Jungle Valley, Mesa. Fuck the rest of them, bye. Boom, boom, boom. More delis.
Secrets. Nothing is hidden from their view.
The single round challenger returns.
Bye, buddy. And end. I have to find Sammy on a tier 10 map. Having my spec is a little solid, just standing there not getting a lot of damage. For the part where they're triple empowered. What's the IQ and IR? 0. I don't run any. This is a non-magic find thing. Nothing. You'll know the worst part, Castmaster. Every time one of your specters blows themselves up, it gives that enemy a soul eater stack. You're just standing there making it stronger. end to end. Just spinning out of Devon, we can multi-strike level 5. I mean, worth is relative. It is that strong. You should grab it inspired learning. They're only 20C. Pass. A few good reasons why I could not be bothered with an inspired learning. One, 80% of my mapping is kill like 3 packs of mobs and then kill the boss. And don't even like clear the map at all. 2, I'm a poison build, so most of those buffs don't even really matter to me. At least they don't matter offensively. And I'm already tanky as fuck. So inspired just doesn't really offer anything cool. A full headhunter is a different story because it steals all the mods and it lasts 60 seconds. But an inspired, eh. Does Defiance work with Zealot's Oath? Those two things don't even interact with each other. It would recover life, not energy shield. They do not interact. Zealot's Oath is exclusively life regeneration. Applies to energy shield, not recovery. This one's a gain life. Worth it. Isn't that good? Are there any further things on the market? Well, so worth it is relative. Like, it'll be worth it at a certain point. It depends on what else could you invest in your character in that 100 divines. How's the rest of your gear? Like, worth it is relative. There'll be a point in your build where Woke Multi-Strike is the next upgrade that makes sense. It is absolutely worth that money, but once you've done good stuff, once you've got like good stuff everywhere else, right? Because it's still 100 divines. So if you could buy a new weapon for 50 divines and it would give you 50% more damage, then that would be the next step, right? It's all relative. It's not worth using it on. Clear speed. Headhunter is a mapping belt. Mage Blood is a bossing belt. Generally speaking. Easy div. Ooh, that's nice. Feels like the first map in forever that doesn't have a mirror at the beginning. I don't know if you've started yet, but the Wildwood is really annoying. I mean, I've been running the Wildwood all league. I started with Dungeon Valley and now I have 17 maces. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds reasonable to me.
Family. Your turn will come one day. Rushing, I never had to go between two maps because I just kept buying all of the Maces maps from you. It's not too bad to be farming your own maces. It seems like I do about 5 full rounds of invite on Mesa. And then I'm finally out and I run 1 full round of invites on Jungle Valley and then I'm full again and I'm ready to go.
gone.
Irrelevant TTM action 2 quicksilvers and 2 life lasting 0 damage. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. Amulet is the strength of a mage blood for 50 chaos or something. It's insane. Doing my first non-primalist character and I missed my prison pocket. Yeah. Yeah. That's actually the thing I dislike about this build the most. Just give me my backpack. I want it.
You will die alone and afraid.
I don't know if you've tried this yet, Castmaster, with that amulet on, but I can stand in whole packs of bearers. Bearers don't do anything. They don't actually exist. I don't know if every character would be that tanky. I think probably a large part of it might be just the taste of hate and flask kind of things. So they do enough less damage to not one tap me. Why is it so good? There's no internal cooldown. So it's life triple resistance, which is already ridiculous. And then up to, without quality, it's up to 35% of missing unreserved life given to you before you get hit. Not after, not a heal, before. So if it doesn't one-shot you, you'll just instantly be healed by the next thing. Now it is not one-shot protection. But it does mean no matter how many little things get on you, you won't die. In fact, the more little things are on you, the less chance you have of dying.
They're getting closer. They will find you, and they will destroy you.
That's what it does. Oh. Ooh, an empower. all over. Go home, go to sleep, wake up. What a great night. How much are you worth? Really? Empowers are only 80 chaos? No way. That is surprising. I thought empowers and enlightens would be like somewhat similar in price. Level it? Nah. Just need to press a headhunter? Those aren't related items. Have you seen the price of red invites? Or maven stones? Or oils? Or delirium orbs? Or fossils? Or resonators? They're all incredibly high. Shaper fragments, elder fragments, cirrus fragments, all of that. Simulacrums, even. Harvest juice.
My mana is gone.
Lighted maps. Woke sextants. What a stacked deck's like? If you have like 100 of them. $50 to a div. What?
Salah. Exile.
Everyone's like so focused on like, oh, headhunter and mage bullet are so cheap. Oh, what about all the things that are so fucking expensive?
Are you the fisherman or are you
Go generate them. They're so good.
Up to 1200 chaos again. Did some easy delve to go mage blood. Yep. I was scammed for 14 div. What a way to start. Rip. Oh, because I just woke up and realized it. Rip. Continue maps are not giving me the first clear point for the Atlas. Were they corrupted?
Salah.
If you look on the Atlas, maps that are naturally white say that to get the bonus they have to be magic or higher. Maps that are naturally yellow say they have to be rare or higher. And maps that are naturally red say they have to be corrupted rare.
Warriors far greater than you ever will be. Are long forgotten. Better me. What is the best low lag juice for MF? I keep crashing. I mean, Deadeye Tornado Shot is the answer. But there are other things we should try first. There are a way to increase the head under stack duration. I mean, I think self-curse still works, just not well. So not really. Go on. Right, so the first thing is combat sounds. Turn them off in the config.ini. I'll run you through that after this map if you don't know how. The second thing to do is start looking at your loot filter. Your loot filter should have all of the background stuff, all the stuff that's hidden. You want to minimize that, all of it, because it gets drawn anyway, so it causes performance problems. You also want to get rid of most of your beams. The beams also cause really bad performance problems. Okay, well that cluster must be worth more than 29C. I'm just gonna slash D&D. Oh. So I can walk you through that as well. That's very, very quick and easy to do to your own loot filter. And then the third thing... There was another thing. Did you say about maps? They have to be corrupted? I've forgotten the third thing. I might remember it while I'm explaining the first two. That'll help a lot. Rare maps that are naturally red maps have to be rare and corrupted to gain the bonus, like the first time run bonus. Oh, predictive. Predictive is the other one. That's the other one. It's important. Bars to Raz, however that is said. If you're wondering if your map is naturally red or if you've just got a higher tier of it because of void stones, super easy. Open up your atlas, right click on the map. It'll zoom in on wherever that map is and highlight it for you. And then you can just mouse over it and it'll tell you what you need for the bonus. All the red ones say corrupted rare versions. All the ones that are naturally yellow say kill the rare version, doesn't have to be corrupted, and all the ones that are naturally white say magic or higher. $83, hang on. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm following a build that says my gear and my character is nowhere near capped. Path of building showing correct data. It wouldn't. Something else is going on. Alright. So, the first thing, combat sounds. This is the biggest one. You can just do it to begin with. Or my best suggestion will be to do these two things first. We're going to minimize the loot filter and we're going to turn off sounds. This is for all juicers who are having performance problems. Especially first time juicers who have never done it before. We're going to go options, games, open file folder. Then we're going to close PoE. Right? Very important. Then in this folder, we're going to find config.ini. You can open it in just normal Notepad, Notepad++ if you're a better human being. Right? This is just a list of your settings. This is not Hackerman shit. This is just a list of your settings. Right? This is your sound. We're going to go to sounds. It's right near the top. It's fine. We're going to look for sound effect volume 2. And we're going to change that from 25 to false. No capital. Sorry. Right. That's it. Save, relaunch PoE. That's it. Right. Save. Relaunch PoE. some changes to be able to have a look at it? Not right now. Now I no longer have combat sounds. This is all combat sounds, but they're also the only things that turned off. That's it. So all of my loot filter sounds are on. If my bosses have like indicators where they like yell something or whatever, that's fine. See, loot filter still makes noises. I'm not going to miss loot because of it. But there's no longer any combat. It's now quiet time. Combat sounds are nice. Yeah, I love combat sounds. I don't like having to turn them off. But the sound engine in this game is by a long shot the absolute worst part of the entire game. It causes the largest amount of like performance issues more than anything else in existence. Now, this doesn't really affect people until you start doing really, really big juice. You're doing Beyond, you're doing Delirium, you know, the kind of map that juicing MF people do. This league, we got a whole bunch of people doing like full juice for the first time ever. And so you're encountering the problem where the sound engine gets overloaded and it absolutely tanks performance. Tanks it. It tanks performance and it does it quickly. So this will stop me from freezing in Sims? Probably. Nope. Again, you cannot turn the sounds down. That does not do anything. You cannot turn the sounds down. That does not help you. You have to turn them off in the config.ini. The way I just demonstrated. Yep, it'll also stop you from crashing in 5 ways and Sims and Beyond Delirious maps and all of that sort of thing. This will be the single largest increase to performance for juices that you can possibly do. Way, way bigger increase in performance than like lowering your resolution or lowering your graphic settings or anything like that. None of that helps. This helps. I need to restart the game. I will go through it again once more because it is a very important order to do things. If you don't get it right, it just won't work. So if you're not sure you've done it right, just give it a little, give the sound a little wiggle here. Right? This, dude, boom, sounds are back on. Right?
My mana is gone.
Right? So, important. Options, game, press the little thing that holds all your loot filters. Close PoE completely. Exit it. Production config.ini. Open it. Find the one that says sound effect volume 2. Change the equals, whatever the sound is at right now, to false. No caps. Save, relaunch PoE. That's it. PoE must be closed to edit this file, or it will not work. Hit save, close it, relaunch PoE. Done. Later on, when you want to turn combat sounds back on again, you do not have to do any of that. You just move, as soon as you move the slider, In game, it turns it back on. To make a command for that, exclamation mark sound. There is one. And a YouTube video. Which sounds do we no longer hear? All combat sounds, all of them. The sound of your attack, the sound of Herald of Ice, the sound of mobs attacking you, bearers, heralds, the little graspy delirium stuff that grabs you, that sort of stuff. Like you hear nothing, but you will still hear all the voice lines, all the loot filters, the ambient background noises, sounds, music, all of that. You just don't hear combat sounds. That's it. Maybe it's just sound? Yeah, there we go. So here's my map again, right? I should have dropped a portal near the end before I logged out there. I hope I did. But charges are also combat sounds. You will not hear charges and you will not hear them drop off either. So here it is, all the sounds off. You're hearing nothing. Right? Ta-da! Loot sounds. Easy money. Easy money. Thanks, buddy. Walkout feels that big rage flat. Yep. While farming for a header, but a replica header, I thought it was going to be 20 seconds. No, it's 60, yeah. I'm trying to work a lighten for it. Is it fucking level 6? At least? Like corrupted successfully? I don't know about that. Okay, so next thing for people struggling in their juice maps with performance. This will have the next largest impact on you. Are we watching? We're in Filter Blade. Right? This will have the next largest impact after sounds. Right? You've got whatever filter you've got. I'm just going to load up a filter. Doesn't matter what filter. This is just an example for what you've got, right? So there we go. There's a filter loaded. We're going to go over to style. Global style edits. And here we're going to... Where are you? Here somewhere. Minimize hidden. There it is. Minimize hidden. Sets the font size of all hidden items to the lowest possible size. You're going to activate that and you're going to wait a second because it like lags the whole fucking computer when you do it. It doesn't love doing that. That's why it's hidden, I imagine. And then what happens is all the hidden items should become minimum. Why did they not become minimum? Hang on. Stimulate. Oh, it did most of them. Almost everything. It doesn't touch currency or uniques. But all the background stuff, including rares, see how they all become, all the hidden items that aren't currency, all become super tiny? When loot drops, it still draws all of those things. Like it still has to create that, and your client is still making it. So just the act of minimizing everything that's hidden, you're getting rid of like 2/3 of the loot drawing that has to happen by making the image that it has to drive to write this big instead of this big. Then the third thing you can do, which is somewhat less impactful, but still worth doing before we worry about doing more shit like changing characters or figuring out what build can do it quicker, is you can also hit remove all beams. That'll remove every single beam from your entire filter. You do not want that. So you press remove all beam, right? And then you go back over to customize, and then you make sure that you put beams back on your tier 1 currencies, your tier 1 uniques, whatever it is that you like, the very important things. Put beams on only those and nothing else. You can leave all of the, it'll leave all of the markers on your map. It'll leave all of the sounds on that you've got on. You're not going to miss loot. You're just not going to have this beams everywhere thing. Those have a pretty large impact on performance as well. Those are in order, the order that I would address them if I'm struggling. Okay, what are we gonna hear? 2.5 div in those. Another 75 chaos there. Another 1.6 there. False. The sound thing, it's you want to change it to false. Edit. Sound effect volume 2. False. Something else that might help you. Here's something else that might help. Something I wish I'd already done on my client, but I keep forgetting. Inputs. Highlight items on the ground. It is no longer Alt, it is now Shift Alt. I can do it if I want. Is it highlight items and objects? Is that the one I want? I think it's the one I want. Should make it so that pressing Alt doesn't show gear on the floor that's hidden. And I'd have to like Shift Alt if I wanted it intentionally. Yeah, there you go. So if I Shift Alt, I can see stuff. And if I just press Alt, nothing happens. That means you won't crash in your juiced map when you try to Alt tab. Because otherwise, every time you press Alt when you try to Alt tab, you're trying to load all the things and it crashes your whole map. Okay. Okay, that's not bad. 112 div. I'm curious though, why is your networking with lockstep instead of predictive? Lockstep guarantees that I'm always where I think I am, and I have Australian internet, so it's pretty shit. I change into predictive if I'm going to do super juiced things like the MF stuff, because predictive is insanely better for lag. But for general gameplay, I prefer lockstep. There's an option to disable the base sound of items that drop. Yup. It doesn't work half the time. It removes the drop sound of hidden uniques. It's supposed to. It fucking doesn't, but it's supposed to. Sometimes it works. Afternoon. Okay, this is a pretty good haul from one day in a literal zero investment stat. Literally zero. That is a pretty good haul for a day. Like these maps aren't even Alcan go, they're just go. If they drop white, they get round white. If they drop rare, they get round rare. Right? Like this is pretty good. This is just a go strat. It's not even Alcan go. What's your strat gonna be tomorrow? Not this. I've made a headhunter. I'm just gonna sell stuff. I don't know what I'll do next. Go and go. Yeah. I don't know what I'll do next, but we'll be putting some at least some like grim and go level stuff. Now that I'm gonna have a headhunter, right? We don't want to stick to low investment stuff. But how much is a headhunter? $75 div. So if I sell even most of the stuff that I have to sell here, even if I sell like only 2/3 or 3/4 of it, I'll be able to afford a headhunter and also have leftover money to put into a real juice strat, like some sort of real juice strat. Even if it's like a low investment thing, a low investment thing will be fine. All right. I don't want to do this for another day though. This has already been, you know what might be real fun? Tropical Island mirror farming.
Get your magic find characters
That could
ready.
be real fun. I think Tropical Island mirror farming could make pretty good money. If I sold everything in standard, I still couldn't afford a headhunter. I mean, Zigrand, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Was that to make sure I made my daily before we're getting off? So I just did this today, coffee. Now today is 10 hours. Today is 10 hours, but we just did that today with a literal zero investment strat. Literally zero. Like, go and go is the best description, right? Go and go, because the maps just get run however they drop. Because it's the total. I have 28 of those. They're organized via total value, not value of individual items. What's the tropical mirror farming? Just farming mirrors. I like delirium mirrors. Show Atlas. Exclamation mark Atlas. It's a full link. It's all set up. I actually don't even have all my points. I'm at 120 out of 132. I'm missing 12 points. Like this was a league start. We're on what, like day 5? This was like a fresh league start, no quant farm at all, full solo. No help from anybody, no getting my crafter to make things, no getting my trader to sell things. Just me, solo. And not super efficiently, mind you, by the way. Like, I'm not the most efficient player in the world either. Like, I spend, I'm like eating lunch and I'm chatting and I'm looking at people's path of buildings. I think we spent an hour and a half looking at people's path of buildings before we even started killing mobs today. Carrying the side of rain to find our own way home. I would never. I would never. Why did you draw a spider on your tree? I know why it looks like, I get that it looks like that, but it is intentional and not troll. There's a few things. The first priority was 100% chance for one monster in each map to drop a connected map, so that I guaranteed that I had map sustain. And then the second thing to do was get every single duplicate map node on the entire tree so that we had even more maps, including more Conqueror and Snuff maps. So I got a 37% chance for that by taking all the duplicate nodes. And then I got some Delirium chance spawning stuff. One of these pack size things and the Wrath of the Cosmos because I was running red side. So I might as well have better altars. More Delirium chance, this for more Delirium orbs, and this for more Delirium progression. I think these 2 points were probably a waste. I don't think they really did much at all, but this side's really good. And all these so that I could get more Maven invitations while spamming the shit out of these maps. Then with my remaining points, I started taking maps have plus tier because they're really good. So I got 2 on that side, I got 1 there, and I got 3 there. But I would like to have that one as well. I would like to get those 3, and I would have liked to have gotten those 2. It would have been better profit if I had all of those as well. But I didn't. That's all the points I had. So that's what we went with. And then the obvious, like, quant wheel, just because every tree I ever build is gonna have the quant wheel, even when they're white maps, man. It's free, especially on Wandering Path. %30 increased quantity just from those nodes on Wandering Path. Since I have more watch tones, does that make every map that drops automatically a tier 16? No. But also yes. Yes, except when it doesn't. Such a PoE answer. You will only naturally be able to drop tier 16 maps. There are reward tiles and conversion mobs. Both of those will ignore your atlas and drop whatever the fuck they want. But most of your maps will be tier 16s. Yes, except for when it doesn't is the most PoE heads I've ever heard, right? What they want to drop is fucking garbage, right? Respect my atlas, you piece of shit. You get more points if you went up the deli nodes from the other side. Yes, I would save 1 point. 2 points. I'd save 2 points. You're right. I still need this for the duplication, so we'd be coming here anyway. But I could take these 3 and replace it with that 1. You're right. I haven't found a way to hide those trash maps that they drop. Oh, we can hide. That's easy. Hang on. I could write a fucking class on Filter Blade. Customize map. Where the fuck are maps? There you are. Okay, so right here, first of all, normal maps, right? Well, I only want to see tier 16, so just fuck right off the lot of you. Right? We can start with that. Right? Boom. Now we only see tier 16 maps. Now, next, what you can do instead, oh, also hide unusable maps, hide corrupted non-rare maps, hide corrupted mirrored non-rare maps. Change those from disabled to hide. Now you've gotten rid of the corrupted maps. Easy, right? And so we can go one step further and you can hide all maps and then write a specific rule that will only show not non-corrupted tier 16 maps of one or two specific maps. So that you don't get an explosion of other maps. But that is something you have to run, you have to change for each time you change your strategy, because like if I move to another map tomorrow, well, I'll never see a map again because I would only be showing mesas and jungle valleys. So I don't usually go that far, but you can. My user has identified rare 9 mod maps that are less than tier 15. They're hidden. Gone. Schlat. Boom. Done. Gone. This will hide all non-unique and non-guardian tier 15 maps. And below. Gone. Shaper, Elder, Conqueror maps, they're all in a different area. Delirium enchanted maps, also in a different area. So those will still show through. Blighted maps, also in a different area. Anything that drops beyond, you can actually just turn this on and be like, boom, I have beyond maps, but I don't use that anymore. Pro tip, if you do this, do not use that league on the league start. No, don't do that. But yeah, there you go. Very easy. Up the top here, we have highlight specific maps. So what you can do, if you really want, is you can grab whatever your map looks like, right? You can highlight specific maps, paste that in, right? And then you can say map tier equal to 16, right? Enter. And then how else can I do this? Corrupted. True, false. Right, from here we go whatever we're running, like cemetery and I don't know what the fuck else people are running. I'm just going to say Jungle Valley, right? Now we can see, now we have a special highlight for just Cemetery and Jungle Valley, right? So then we go back down here and we just hide the rest of the tier 16s. If you're in real juiced maps, then you can be like, no, fuck, actually fuck right off. I just want to see Cemetery and Jungle Valley. And then, or whatever the map or two maps that you want are. And then you can just never see another map again. If you want to do. You can also, if you're doing 8 mod corrupted maps, you go corrupted true and make sure that you only see the corrupted ones. And now when you get the weird mobs that drop a bunch of like white and non 8 mod corrupted maps, they just never show up either. You just never see them. You never have that problem again. You'll only see your 8 mod corrupted maps on the floor. Anyway, minimize hidden items looks really funny. Yeah, well, you should never see them. Rebind alt so that you never see them again. And then trust the filter. Don't double check. Trust the filter! Alright, let's see who's on. This is the league. Everyone learns to adjust their filters. Yeah. Okay. Let's have a look at who's on. Ba-doom, doom, 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 doom. Damn, I came 10 hours late. Just realized. I mean, yeah, we're just looking at finishing. Just seeing if I could find someone to host that I haven't hosted in a while. Pressure is the most depressing when it tinks because there are 3 white sockets. Yeah. Where are all of the people? Like all the normal people that are on my follow list. How come nobody's online? Like not nobody, but like where is everybody? Like actually where is everybody? Sleeping before D3? Nobody gives a fuck about D3. Really? Do they? I will see everybody tomorrow.